You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication and the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking. Welcome to a new wave of thinking. Can you hear the music with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar? New wave of thinking. It's we. Okay, I stopped it. Greetings.
Okay.
Okay.
Islamism.
Islam and high heaven to you.
It's an honor to be back here with you, Star.
Of course, and same likewise. Always looking forward to what's going on with a new wave of thinking this week. So what we got?
Well, hope we got brother Lazurus Lamel coming up this week. The Messiah
Yes.
Code,
That's gonna be
the
fun.
Arrow Navigation, and where
Yes.
all of our interests are pointed to and where they're going. And as he says, the arrow points to your Kundalini. So we should all be going up and out with our messages, with our actions, and with whatever we intend for the world that is good.
Indeed. He has spoken on topics of the seven weapons of the Messiah. And in those topics, in those weapons, the arrow is one of the weapons. So I'm really intrigued to go deeper. For one, he will reveal like the number in which those weapons fall, and also at what level and number does the arrow fall, and where does that put us, as far as how we are positioned and ready for this new wave that we are moving into. and what that all means for us based on the Messiah Code and what the Messiah Code teaches. We got Sister Sasha Bay in the room.
Peace and love, Side Star.
You want to bring her on?
Okay. And Jesse Paris. Yes, Jesse Paris, please do that.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Check Sasha out with her hair do. Wait, I
All
tried to
right.
bring her on.
She's on.
Is she?
Greetings, Side Star.
Check out the Afro puff.
She got her she's on mute.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, welcome
She's just
in.
tuning in.
Yeah, welcome in. So it'd be nice to hear Lazarus go deeper into detail on that weapon. So I'm excited about that, and I'm, hoping he come on.
Indeed. Indeed. Oh, more. What's this more? Private chat. Okay, yes. That's Jesse Paris on there.
Peace and love. The kids, look, the kids are still up and it's loud in my background, so I'll be muted.
Okay, no problem. Mine's sitting right here next to me, finding every reason to say something to me. Yeah. So she
I
like to
don't know
be
why I do that.
why go out.
Well, like pressing the buttons. That's a bad thing for me. I shouldn't. I gotta stop pressing buttons in the middle of a show.
Okay. But yeah, so until Lazarus shows up, we can get into what we had been discussing that kind of brought on the topic of the arrow navigation or direction. And so hang on just 1 minute. Let me just bring this out here so I can sit this computer down because I'm trying to do something with one hand. I'm cooking rice and we all eat differently. So sometimes everybody don't want what I want. So I have to make adjustments and things like that. So I'm just now finding out we want rice.
Okay. Rice is
So
nice.
yeah, rice is always a good choice, and I like usually have some rice cooked up, so I ain't got to worry about it. You can easily warm rice. Rice will go a couple days in the refrigerator, but nonetheless, uh, let me get to the page because I've been writing a lot over these past couple days, and so also we can go into. Did you listen to that message with Owaspe Cosmo and Cal TV? Where you did
Yes.
you? Okay, so we could discuss that maybe a little bit, and because that's all relevant to where we are and what we're doing and how we can
And you mean his
navigate.
what he did about what's the man's name? Terrence Howard?
Terrence Howard, yes.
Yes. And then I listened to a part of the second one that he went into.
Okay, I ain't see
He did
that.
another review on it. So yes, I did listen to him.
Okay,
And I
and
find it all very interesting. But I find the fact that Terrence Howard told people to pull out a calculator and the math equation that they was looking for did not come up on the calculator. And this is where he started we're being taught false information at about math.
right.
That's what first caught my attention because the people he were talking to, they seemed to have authority on these things and they didn't have an answer for him. as far as how that math went and why it didn't work out on the calculator. So then
Right.
he draws out his own perception of what is and what isn't about what he sees. Then when he says there's no straight lines within the creation, everything is a wave. I see a lot in that. Then he says, well, money is just used for greed. Well, of course, I agree with that. But brother Darrell, he started breaking down words that I heard that I didn't know had another meaning to them and flipping it into a waspe. And it sends a different meaning now.
Right.
It's not just laid out so easily and so flat the way I heard it from Terrence Howard the first time. There's other things to consider within what was being said by Terrence Howard. And so brother Darrell, he brings a lot of thought to these measures and these things that we just take for granted in the world, or we get hooked on what people are saying without doing the deeper digging into what they're saying. And so, yeah, I appreciate brother Darrell for doing that.
No, for real. And it also it helps to look at things from a new perspective rather than what we think we know all the time. Because see, if we're not able to see from other perspectives, then we stay linear. And like we've talked about this before, if you're laying down and your line is flat, then you ain't got no life in you.
Yes.
So it's about having life and the living and being open to the change that it takes to grow. It takes a lot, and you ain't going nowhere standing still.
And then when you deal with civil, what is it? Civil morticium, civil
Civilitier
morticum,
mortus.
civilitaire mortus. Yes, the flat line. We're all dead.
And
You're teaching us dead
yes,
information with the flat lines. So
yes,
yeah, I
yeah,
find that all very
and that
interesting.
right, and that also brings me to the flat Earth, uh, ideal, and nothing about what we see is flat. It's all about the perception, and perception is truth to the one who perceives it. So it's true to you because that's what you perceive. Your perception has convinced you to believe in that in which you see. So therefore, you can um you can see right what's right in front of you, but if you don't believe it, then you're going to be convinced of whatever it is that you believe. So that's why I don't try to convince anybody of anything. I'm not in the business of convincing people of anything.
No, ma'am, not at all. And so, yes, Jesse, I did see the Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was even blown away by the things that he was presenting. And then Joe Rogan was one of the first people to say, "Oh my God, this Terrence Howard guy seems to be a genius." And Joe Rogan, he's not a slack dude. He doesn't just take anything, anybody. He questions everything. And so I like that about Joe Rogan. And I gotta say, I believe in a flat earth. And one of the things that convinces me of a flat earth is, how do we see the moon in the daytime?
Or at the same time sometimes.
Right, when the sun is out, you see the moon sometimes. So that to me signals a flat earth. It's nighttime someplace else, but we still see the moon
But how can
up
it?
until like 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
I see the moon all the way up until the moon starts shining. And here's the deal: the moon has moved from one side of the sky to the other side, but then I start seeing it come back across. It comes back from this side again, so it doesn't like go this way and then come back this way. It literally goes across from like the sun, but it's already over the night. It comes from the east into the west, and so then you can see it. You can see it like it never really goes anywhere. Really, the moon seems like it's in the same place all the time.
So if so, all
Not
right,
really though.
on the ball,
I
on
think
the
it's more
ball.
than one moon.
See that now we're getting it. If we go by our perception, if the sun is here and it's daytime, the moon is here. But on this curvature, we can't see that moon. The only way we see the moon is if the sun is here and the moon is over here somewhere. Then you expand that out. Like, have you ever been walking somewhere or driving somewhere and it seems as if it was taking you longer to get to that same spot? Like, I normally make this journey, but right now it just seems like it's taking me a little bit longer to get where I was. So does the earth expand and contract on its own with the perception of time that we see? It might still cover the same distance, but the expansion and contraction are like on our psyche at different times, and we
That
don't
makes a lot of
recognize it
sense.
because 2 blocks is 2 blocks to us. But with some expansion at 2 blocks, it might still be the same 2 blocks, but there has been an expansion in some kind of way to the 2 blocks. So now we see the sun and the moon at the same time. But if it's on this, the moon's supposed to be down here. I can't see the moon in the daytime because the sun is here. They should be in opposite uh polars for what we're looking at the way we were taught. But
The way
since I
we were
see the moon,
taught, right?
since I see them at the same time, that gives me the idea that no, we're on a flat plane. And I can see, like, wherever it's nighttime, I can still see the moon. It just freaks me out.
Okay, so here's my thought process when it comes to whether the earth is flat. I don't think it's flat or round. And I think that we were given two ends of one spectrum for the purposes to create debate. And none of us are right. So, and I see the way that a rainbow appears in the sky is the same arch shape in which the sun and the moon travels across the sky. So wherever we are, we're underneath a protective shield where you can only move through that space if you are going at the speed of light. And the only thing that can travel at the speed of light is light. So that means we go back to we are light, only our light is being housed in this three-dimensional vessel transportation system where we are able to transport in this space in which we exist. Now, within that space, there's all types of curvature and dips and peaks and lows. We don't know how high and we don't know how low. You can go so high that you can reach water, and you can go so deep that you can reach dry land. Where's that space in between?
Yes, ma'am.
What do we call that space? So it's like if we just look at it from the viewpoint of it is what it is, rather than trying to give it a defined meaning, definition, then we can accept what it is that we see rather than trying to make sense of what our minds can't even fathom. We still
Yes,
in
ma'am.
disbelief on how a baby can be grown in the womb.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's like honestly, it's like the light comes from the Father. The Father has to have the light. And not to say that we don't have light, but the light literally comes from the Father. And it goes into a dark place, and the strongest one is what implants and creates a spark to create life. And so without light, there's no darkness. Without darkness, who knows what light is? So, that's what I thought. That's what I think when it comes to flat Earth, the flat Earth theory. I think it's a this ice machine. I think it. She look at me like I forgot, but yeah. So I believe that it's just to be used to create further disagreement uh, amongst us, so that we have nothing to agree upon. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't necessarily support flat Earth or round Earth, because neither one of them makes sense to me. Because
Okay.
if I was to lay down on the ground, I'm not even flat. Even people that we
No,
say are flat are not flat. You know
that
what I'm saying?
curvature,
The
that
curvature.
curvature in your back keeps you from being actually flat.
Right. Okay. So now let's take that piece of information right there and go to the equation. Is it the equation of gravity? The E whatever C MC whatever that
That right there, I no, EMC squared
that
is a fallacy.
how so?
All the science, all like okay, if you take Newton, Maxwell, and there's another one with the crazy looking hair, Einstein. I say you take all of their theories and throw them away. If we go back to our ancestors, and so we know that they robbed the libraries in the BC period. The things that our ancestors worked on and took notes on, these are the things that people are, yes, relativity, the theory of relativity. These are things that people are studying today. They're going back into those old documents from the Vatican or whoever has them, the universities and the colleges, and they're studying them today, and they came out with answers. And when I say today, I do mean the 1800s, 1900s, and until the 2000s. So, like, our people had the ability to make computers way back in what they call BC period. However, that information was stolen and destroyed and then brought back out to the people under new people, under new people, EMC squared exactly, under a new group of people, which we see today. So, why my apologies? So when we discuss these scientific theories from like Newton and Oh, the apple, gravity. The apple is too heavy to float. That's just it. We don't have to discuss gravity. It's just that the apple is too heavy to float. If you blow a feather, it'll float through the air, but the feather by itself wasn't constructed to float through the air without wind. Anything wasn't. But then you have a bird who jumps on the wind and he flies. It flies. But an apple fell from the tree because it's not constructed with wings to hold itself up. So they give us all this EMC squared stuff to make us think that we have to go to school. Okay. So that we have to go to school in order to into their schools and pay them thousands of dollars in order to have any real understanding or be able to deal inside of their world to call ourselves scientists. And then that goes all back to what Terrence Howard is saying about numbers and us being misled. And I wanted to go somewhere else with that too, because once we look at how the system is structured, oh, in human medicine is called veterinary medicine. Veterinarianism is about animals. So how are you practicing medicine through veterinary on humans? And is this why most of the people are sick? Is this why most of our women go through all the conditions that they go through? Because I see women suffering through this medical system.
Yeah, especially
And
the
it's
practice
because,
of gynecology.
say that again,
The practice of gynecology. A
was
lot
nothing
of
but an experiment on women, an abuse on women.
a lot of women died giving birth because of those practices. And during my awakening period, like I have spoken before, I can see things and I can feel things from past situations. And the interesting thing is my mother, my the matriarch of my beginnings. My mother, her both her mother and her father lost their mother giving birth to them, and they somehow found one another and then created the family that we have today. And neither one of them grew up in a home that had a mother that gave birth to either one of them. And
Wow.
that goes to show also the depth of generational pain and curses that is within my personal family. You know what I'm saying? And why I knew nothing about the matriarch, but the matriarch was prevalent because the matriarch found me. And it's all ancestral energy that brought that to me. You know what I'm saying? Which helps me to further understand what it is that I'm here to do and why I was chosen. So that was just background information on me.
Yes, ma'am. And we see that Jesse Paris is putting up here Medical Apartheid by Harriet Tubman. No, I haven't read it. I didn't even know that that was a book
Me
or
neither.
a study. And so when we talk about building our nation, that's probably a book that anybody who's into our health field will definitely want to read and then maybe do a dissertation to give to the government to expound upon deeper and where they got the information from and how it relates to today and what how we avoid it and or how we go about fixing ourselves from it. Uh-oh, we came back with the why we do that. 1 2 3 4. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot for us. Okay, Harriet Washington. Okay, Harry. I didn't even think to question whether or not Harriet Tubman wrote a book. I would never do that. So the name is Harriet Washington Medical Apartheid by Harriet Washington. Okay, no, I've never read that book. Didn't know it existed. The majority of anything that I know about that stuff, I don't know anything about medical. Let's put it that way. I don't. I've never studied it. You could talk to me about genes and all that and DNA and all it. The only thing I know is we are all born with a blood type and we should be eating foods according to our blood types. After that, I don't know what to say. And even with my microphone, I'm starting to get feedback.
Are you?
Yes. So Jesse Parrish, how come you haven't tagged in? Because you have a lot to say. You come on, be with the party. Acres of Skin. Haven't read that.
I saw coming in that you can check your settings. It might fix the echo and stuff. You see why I have the microphone muted?
Yeah, because little man going, he bonkers. That's her grandson. He having a conversation with her. He want he wants his time too.
Right. No, they seem to always want the time to be given when we get busy doing something or showing someone else or something else attention. When we be ready to give them attention, they don't be on studying us at all. So yeah, tap on more. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out the settings for the
Yeah,
microphone. I
yeah,
just see edit
I'm
name.
scared to touch anything.
Yeah, me too, for real, for real. I guess eventually we'll figure it out. We're knocking the kinks out week by week. But yeah, so as far as I was thinking with the EMC squared, why I brought that up was because it's all about the curvature and measuring space between a bottom line to the changes in frequency. And see, you can't things are not, everything is skewed because they don't have exact measurement to get a reliable answer. So all of math, you can just throw it out the window because the thing is that if, okay, for instance, 1 plus 1 is 2, or does it
That's what
equal
they
3,
say.
or does it equal 3?
Three.
Because you still have the space in between to create another thing, which makes 3. So math is a way of measuring the system to put into place the agenda and narrative that has been put forth for the people to follow. Now, when we begin to think outside of that, then we become crazy because how are we going to go against the system? We buck in the system. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what it boils down to. And from my perspective, you know, let's see.
It's kind of like, how dare you think for yourself?
Right. And so I saw that post that you shared earlier, and I was thinking for some reason sparrow plant, the flower, but it's the yarrow. The
Yeah,
guy,
yeah.
he did the presentation on the yarrow, and so I was like, man, I need that. And then at the end of the video, he was saying that it's even useful and helpful to the after effects of chemotherapy. So I immediately started looking for a herb shop here in the area. I found a shop to go to, and so I don't have any qualms with anyone who chooses to get into the business of helping people. But what I do have issue with is when people that don't look like me are thrown off or uncomfortable with my presence coming to get things that are helpful to the body, because sadly to say, there are a lot of people, melanated people, who are into health and wellness and doing things the natural and organic way, more so than there has been in these past, 400 or years or so. Okay, people are waking up and it no longer really matters. We usually see Caucasian people running up the street, you know what I'm saying, during their afternoon jog. But today I saw this melanated young lady around the college campus running, and she was fit. She looked really good, and I was like, hey, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I ain't mad at you, I'm trying to get like you. You know what I'm saying? So I love to see that, and for my daughters to see that, so they can see someone that looks like them doing these things that are healthy. See, when they put melanated people out front, they're doing something ignorant. They're doing something that's not going to move us forward as a people, you know. And so I think it's great to see people that go outside of that, was uh it socially acceptable. And so I went into this shop, and there was a couple walking out of the shop, and I try not to be bothered by a lot of things, but when we were there was no other stores in this little tunnel way to get. It was only into this store. So where did you think we were going? Most people would hold the door or move out the way when they see someone else entering into an establishment that they're exiting. Instead, he took his precious time while we're standing there waiting to enter. He took his precious time to, like, he took 2 minutes to make sure he closed the door tightly. So I was like, and I just couldn't help but say, I was like, we're going right in. Like, you did all of that, and we're going right in behind you. Like, you could have let us go inside rather than close. I said, you know what? Okay, whatever. So we get inside the store, and it's a young Caucasian woman who's running the shop. It's a nicely set up shop. She got a lot of nice things in there. You know what I'm saying? It smelled nice. It's a relaxing sensation and all of that. You could tell she probably do like some kind of counseling or something in the back where she talk to people and charge them for conversations. And so I'm looking, and I asked for Sparrow, not Yarrow. So she didn't know what I was talking about. And so I was like, out the parking, I was like in an area where I was like, okay, I'm not quite sure about the parking and all of that, and I don't want to get no ticket. So I went in, checked it out, and came out. And I just kind of had, like, the girl, she didn't do anything. It's just I felt like she was a bit dismissive, and that's where I had an issue, because I was like, it kind of like stuck to me for a minute. Now, I don't just have thoughts like that for no reason. I must have felt as though there was a dismissive energy around her communication with me. And then how the guy walked. So I was like, people act funny when melanated people come around into establishments that harbor health and wellness, and we have to make that a commonality, something that is common amongst us to do. So we have our, because what can she tell me about my body, really? What can I go in
Nothing.
there and ask her to get advice, to tell me? So it's good that they have it for them, but we need to have it for us, because we understand things about us that they will never understand. So that just put in my mind, like, okay, I need to find a shop with some melanin. And if they don't have it here, then that leaves an open market for it to be here.
Yes, ma'am.
So I be on that level. I don't hate nobody for doing what they do. I'm happy that you see the wealth in that or the health in that, or you know what I'm saying, that the benefit of that. Good. But when it comes to like the Asian people, they all have their little Asian Oriental markets in the city, in the town, in the states, wherever they are. We're the only ones that don't have anything. Maybe a hair salon. You know what I'm saying? A food, a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure there are things. I just haven't found them yet. My point is that I can find everything else faster than I can find that.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's the truth. And then when you do have one, everybody treats them like they're a quack.
Right.
Yeah.
Or or you shouldn't go to them. You shouldn't trust them. They're evil. They're a witch. They're a warlock and type thing. You know what I'm saying? And she had all kind of tarot cards in there. You could tell her level of practice is wide. And so that's good, but we need to be providing these types of things. But for sure, I am glad that I went in there and seen it, you know. But yeah, when it comes to that EMC squared thing though, back to that, uh we have to be able to measure curvature from a baseline. And that baseline is whatever line we're on. It's different levels. You can be standing on a mountain at the same pivotal point as someone standing in the valley, but you're not going to get the same reading on depth.
Right. Right. Exactly.
It changes based on the level in which you are on, and that's even in the thinking in your mind. The level of thinking that you're on is how you perceive information. Everybody ain't going to get it at the same time,
Not at all.
but those of us vibrating at the same frequency at the same time can vibe together and understand. And that's when we have the one mind consciousness. Now, does that include the whole amount of people on the planet Earth? No,
Not
it
at all.
does not. No, it doesn't. So, we just got to let people be who they are and where they are. And if we cross paths, we understand the reason, whether it's for a season or a lifetime, because everybody ain't meant to be in your life forever, and you got to know the difference. So that this discernment is what we need to be paying attention to, and not only having discernment, we have to learn how to trust our own gut intuition on situations and people. So we're called to do something greater. We just can't be in fear when it comes time to do it. Jesse getting down in these comments,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
we
And this,
appreciate your presence and your contribution to the conversation.
yes, we do. Yes, we do. Jesse Paris is hitting us up. So I lost I don't know why we lost internet here for a while. So now I'm able to get back on. And we don't know what happened with Brother Lazarus tonight. I did talk to him earlier today,
He
but
probably out there
he's
hustling.
somebody who's always moving around too and into something.
Yeah, right. He getting
We
it. Whatever
just
it
hope
is,
that
though.
they're well.
Yes, for whatever reason he's not here, I'm sure it's for a greater purpose. You know what I'm saying? And he's always welcome to come on at any given time so we can have that conversation. Um, he has several books that he has written and can also be purchased on Amazon. If you just type in Lazurus Lamel, is his name right there on the screen. Lazurus Lamel.
Oh, and I
Type it.
spelt
You
his
can
name wrong too. In the right, I spelled
Yeah,
it
my
Lazu. That wasn't
this
cool.
is yeah, this is it. No, it's okay. Mistakes happen. He be having my name come on, tell me something. Give a shout out to the general in the building. And then he got this whole little thing that come up and my name is spelled wrong. And I'm like, I got to tell him that my name is wrong. But he did so good with the graphics and whatever. He do stuff like that. So but yeah, so don't feel bad because my name be popping up on his screen all the time, spelled wrong. So anybody
Yes,
who
ma'am.
know me, they know what it
And
is.
he's not reachable.
Yeah, so he
So
probably
do we want to
working.
go to a song?
Oh yeah. You want to do the song "Wake Up"? You want to do, and I can show the video. Let's do let's present that with by Taharka Bay. "Wake Up." Let's see. Share screen.
Positive music, positive vibes, people.
Switch to Chrome to protect yourself from malware so you can surf without getting phished. Fast, safe, yours.
All right, here we go again. Yeah. Time to check some people. More swirl. To Harker Bay. Islam. I guess I gotta do what I gotta do. That's right. Islam. We for love, truth, peace, and freedom. Won't nobody do it, leave it to me, I will. You lames, you gotta chill, you so not real. I've been watching you fake snakes acting different, cause you don't live in the hood and don't get public assistance. Man, my people be tripping when they think they better. All type of degrees, still dumber than ever. So corrupt and foul, but they know how to hide. They polish their life and look good on the outside, but pull the veil back and I expose them all. They be tricking worse than them shorties up in the mall. Getting high as a kite, beating they wife and got a mistress and got a nerve to look down on you. The brothers is cursed, even worse than a no-not. We know who you are, but all the heck you do is throw shots. We see what you got. Okay, you made it through school. Okay, you overcame. Lord, homie, that's cool. That's cool. So, you done came up with your little education. Now you wanna look down on me and my peeps? We'll keep on looking down. That's right. And watch us, we on the come up. That's right, fam. Let's go. I'm sick and tired of these lame old frauds. Keep picking up the mic device, acting so hard. I've been through that fire, the type of things you never heard of. Little lanes like you will commit self-murder. You acting like life so sweet over a beat. In the street without your heat, you clowns is weak. In the spot, in the box, you straight mince meat. Them tattoo tears make you look like a geek. Little sideshow freak, acting like they G, acting like they me, or who I used to be. But they all be embellishing, no effing intelligence. Taking care of your seeds, irrelevant, impressing them shorties, cause she got a little shape. But her nail and her weave, her whole style is fake. How can she be a dime, her brain flat line? Her birth canal is probably foul as swine. Oh, yeah. Spit a few bars, somebody put you on. Now you act like you hard. You ain't hard, nah. You straight bluffing. Exactly. I'm getting at you. Let's go. I'm trying to tell you all, just wake up. How many lives will we destroy to get caked up? How much time will it take us to even the score? How many dope fiend babies on the NICU floor? How many queens gotta turn into crackhead whores before we understand our savior is yet to be born? We got our eyes to the sky, the solution is in us. God put that with us. We born winners, we choose to be sinners. I pray Allah forgive us and forgive me for the way that I choose to deliver. But my message is the same as the Moorish Quran, but I say it in a way that certain people will respond. So go ahead, talk, ridicule and judge me, and go and sit around and watch things get ugly. When it all fall apart, the people you look down on, they be the only one that you can count on. It ain't look like your mother, father, sister, or friend. We need to realize we all we got in the end. Ain't nobody coming to your rescue but you. Instead of running your mouth, won't you see what you can do? Your life is only worth what you sacrifice. And black people, stop being so trifling. Asiatics, stop being so trifling. Come on, people, stop being so trifling. It's time for us to come up. We gotta stop playing, man. More step to the front. Stop acting like you bougie.
Recordings just got better.
That is Jesse says he sounds like DMX. R.I.P. DMX. Is this the infant that got slapped by Tariq Nasheed last year? Okay. I seen that video too. You can't prove to me it was Taharka that got smacked because it wasn't clear. It was like seeing it from across the street somewhere, and you could dress somebody up with a fez, have them come through and smack them. So until I see Taharka Bey's face standing there, the part about getting slapped, I don't know. But yes, it is that Taharka Bey. You like that rhyme though, don't you? You like that song though. But yes, that is Taharka Bey. And all of that street stuff, I don't know. I'm not with it. All of that right there. The reason why they was fighting, it don't even make sense to me. It don't. But yes, that's the Taharka Bey. Yeah, see the video, and it was obscure. You couldn't really tell who got slapped. You couldn't see the person. You couldn't see the facial features and stuff. You just seen a person. You couldn't tell that was really Taharka Bey who got slapped. Yeah, the brother got skills with them vocals. The way he was bouncing with the beat, he got skills with them vocals. He truly does. And so that you know that's like showing, even with our ways, we're entertaining no matter what. He fundraised to take a trip out to LA to confront Tariq at the Hidden History Museum. What, you know, all of that right there, like how long ago? I probably ran into Brother Taharka Bey 9 months ago. We only know each other through these social sites. We've never stood in the same room on the same street together, anything like that. I'll tell you this though, when it comes to teaching Moorish science, I have to give that brother a lot of credit because he didn't now I didn't see that video either. I didn't see that video. When it came time to discuss more science, he took it out of the realm of al-Islam. And he's telling all the people that We don't have to do Ramadan and all the other things that they do in Al Islam as Moorish Americans. You know, Al Islam, they do Ramadan 30 days out of the year and stuff. We break fast every day with that same intention that they do for 30 days. We do it every day. When you wake up in the morning, first thing you eat, you broke your fast. So the same intentions that go into that 30 days, we do it 365, 24/7. And that's part of the alchemic life that we live. And we call it Islamism. Moorish World TV. Yeah, okay. So you have some knowledge of the stuff that we talking about. I like that, Jesse. And you've been on the show. I like that.
The first time I listened to Brother Taharka Bey, I was instantly intrigued by his presentation and how he took the information and he made it real and relevant to everyday life. It's not it's kind of like OASPE in their text. You know, it's put in a way of reality. So, you know, we're all coming from different backgrounds of understanding, but see, if we never elevate our information into the present time, we stay in the past. And see, we don't throw away, because you said mentioned something about throw away what came through with Freud, well, not Freud, but you know, Einstein and all them, with all the philosophies and theories that they um, introduced. And that information that they introduced came from earlier teachings through the Moorish Science Temple. You know what I'm saying? Or the Moors, period. At whatever name they were going by in the region of the world in which they were existing. So there's multiple identifications for the same bloodline based on origin of geographical positioning. Okay? And so not throw the information away because it is still relevant. We are to be elevating from the old into the new. And the new is what we're experiencing today in present time. Like, you know, we're presently here and we're not going through the things that the people went through on that bridge in Selma, Alabama. And they still go back and celebrate. They call it the Bloody Sunday in
Wow.
Alabama. And they go there every single year to bring up those energies of pain and terror and memory of the old times and how, you know, society was based on how you look. And so that's not, I mean, yeah, give reverences. That's the whole point of creating an altar. And in each church building or each religious facility that you go into, there's an altar. And that altar means something different based on the religious belief system or principles and tenets in which are practiced by the people who believe. So in our homes, we are to have altars, and those altars are to consist of those people that of our ancestral backgrounds. We're not all going to have the same people that we are giving reverence to or communicating with in spirit and energy in the of the unseen. Is going to be different for everybody. That's why you have some people who will take on the argument of the orishas. The Orishas ain't for everybody. The Yoruba culture is not for everybody. So sometimes you can get into something that maybe your people was at war with, and you don't understand why you getting all this, you know,
Negative energy, this
negative
friction.
energy, this friction in what you trying to practice, because it's not the practice of your
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 DNA. It's not
bloodline,
in
your
your
DNA.
Yeah,
It ain't in you. You got to be in you. And so that's why some people come across as fake, because they're trying to be something that they are not. And when the people that are come along, you recognize the energy. So you're automatically offended by my presence because of the energy that came in with me. And I didn't come in with any negative energy. It's the resistance of truth within you.
exactly.
Period.
Exactly. So when I said Newton and them, to me their teachings are tainted, and what the things that they taught, they're trying to explain gravity. In Newton's case, he's trying to explain gravity in, is it gravity, or is it just a fact of the creator didn't make the apple to fly? That's why it fell from the tree. If the creator had designed the apple to fly, it would have flown, or it would have fell and then hovered. It would have fell
Right.
slowly and you could have caught it. But the creator didn't design it that way. So everything just works and see, that to me, that's like man having a God complex when he just doesn't accept everything for what it is. No, there has to be an explanation and I'm gonna figure it out. You just
Right.
can't accept what the creator designed, and so you take that so far today. We have men and women who don't want to be the man or woman that the creator sent them to this earth to be. And it's because of all this alternative scientific thought, to me,
I get
this
that.
that puts them in this situation. And then they lean on Newton, Einstein, Maxwell, and their theories to prove why I was born a woman, but I feel like a man. I'm a man. I feel like a woman. A lot of that stuff is just like ridiculous to me. And if that's your lifestyle, I'm not. That's your lifestyle. I'm
Let me
not
say this.
engaged with it. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. But when you try to push that on everyone else, that's when I
That's
gotta
the
speak up for
problem.
myself. Yeah, that
Yeah.
becomes a real big problem by the
Yeah.
way that is pushed out there. And that you want
And
to teach it in the school systems now, and you want to call young children babies instead of
look
letting them
here.
grow up to be who, figure out on their own. Let everybody figure that part out on their own. That's not none of our business. It's not a reason to bring it into the school settings unless you have an agenda.
Right.
And this agenda contradicts what the creator established here on earth for all of us. And that's just how I see it when it comes to Newton and them.
Okay.
They're trying to explain things that have already been explained, and they should let it go.
Okay. You said a lot, and I understand what you said and why you saying what you're saying, because you explained it in enough detail to be grasped. Now, I understand it like this. I'm on two different roadways with it. Okay. One side says that, okay, I get what you're saying, and why, and when it becomes a problem, not that a person chooses to like what they like or be with who they want to be with. uh, I don't think anyone has the right to determine gender, excuse me, for anyone. because we're clearly we're just a vessel, and the energy that came into our vessel we do not have control over. But here's where this is the tricky part to it. Where was the mother's mind during the time of pregnancy? What type of environment was the mother in during the time of conception and the entire pregnancy? And what did the baby experience inside that womb that no one will ever know?
That's deep.
What type of thoughts did the mother have? Oh, I wish this was a girl. I wish it. And then when they find out it's a boy, they still have these thoughts of maybe it's a girl. It's gonna be a girl. They're wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. They could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? And wishing this energy. And so that energy comes into the body with the gender of what has been claimed as a male body. So
That's
because
deep.
you're in a male body, your gender has to your assignment on this earth has to match the genitalia that you came with. And I don't believe in that. I believe that we come here in a vessel and we are to use the tools that we have been given. But every like just that was, in my opinion, that was God's way of controlling population and the overgrowth of population. But it becomes a problem when, like, say, I'll go on to a whole nother era and situation where the Chinese were killing their girl children, and then they realized as time went on that they needed girls in their society to continue to procreate. So then it became a problem for their economic base. So then that's when the girl children are now allowed back into their society, but they're so overgrown. You know what I'm saying? How many families went through the process of hiding their girl child because they didn't want to kill it because of economic numbers, you know what I'm saying, and how they wanted to run their economy. They based that on the genitalia of the children that were being born within their society. So that's just like, so how can it not, how can that energy of same sex not be produced under those circumstances? Now, that was in one country, but then over here they putting, as soon as the baby come out, they inject the child with something. What are they injecting into our babies upon their entry into this 3D world that we exist in? Their bodies know nothing about anything except for what the mother gives it. And then as soon as they come out into this world, they're immediately tampered with. That does something to the body, that transforms the DNA at its earliest state when it's not even in at the right, it can't even breathe in the air real good yet. You know, when the baby's first born, they be like they sucking their whole rib cage in trying to, get the lung capacity up. You know what I'm saying? Is there a fish out of water? They're fresh. You could throw a baby right into a pool and they swim and can breathe underwater. The only thing is that water has chemicals, and if you put them in the pool, there's chemicals in that water. So that's the only thing that they would have to adapt to is the chemical compound in the water going through their system. But if their immune system is on point the way that it should be at this stage, then they can filter all that out with no problem. But they can still breathe underwater is the whole point. So going back to my thought process, babies means that you're changing the language, and you're changing the language to something that is non-gender specific, or um, giving individuals the right and authority to learn who they are without being told. Because
But
I
when you
can remember, I'm sorry,
no, go ahead, finish your thought.
I can remember being younger, wishing that I was a boy. I wanted to use the bathroom like a boy. I wanted to dress like I was one of the biggest tomboys. I wore big shirts, and big baggy pants, and jeans and shorts and stuff. That's how I dressed. I had the whole b-boy style, but I was all girl. You know what I'm saying? And so I see that even happening in my own home with my children now. You know what I'm saying? One is girly and one is like big clothes. And so I when I started to get older and to develop, my body was changing. I didn't want people looking at me. So the best thing for me to do was to wear big baggy clothes because I didn't want to be appealing to any man's eyes. And that went on for a long time. What's up, babe? Okay, don't worry about it. You can just eat the meat out of it if you want it. Or you just want some fresh rice? Go ahead, get you some fresh rice, babe. Excuse me. So yeah, so I it's a lot that goes into that. Um, but there is also an agenda so that I believe people never come into their power because they're already confused with who they are and what they are. So they can never be who they are supposed to be because they're too busy trying to be something else. See, you can like what you like and not have to go and mutilate yourself. Body image is a big thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't like you change because I've seen people who have come back into the realm of whatever their reality is, and they say, I wish I hadn't have done that. I regret doing that. And all the time was because they weren't being accepted for who they are. So they had to go and put on a mask and a whole costume to fit in to a world where they could be themselves. And then come to find out they were good enough as they were. And they probably would have got better use out of their tools had they kept what they was born with.
So
Because
that and that's my if you're born with male genitalia, then you're a man. And if you're born with women genitalia, then you're a woman. And a man
off
could
the
never
basis of what it does.
and a man can never be a woman. He can never be. So when they're young, it's like you need to know that inside your head now that you could never be a woman. This way, you never go outside of what the creator established you as. And you don't seek outside of it because you can't do it. And then the woman needs to know, well, you can never be a man. You can never provide that seed that would make a baby. And that's what being a masculine form is about, being able to provide that seed. So what is this that we're but when you bring up what was around the mother, what was she going through when she was that right there is like the deepest thing ever to have a thought of and get an understanding. Because I remember my last child that was born, I was in his mother's navel every day talking to him. And she was, oh, stop it. He's kicking me, he's jumping around. But the day he was born, I took him from the doctors. I had them I said, give me my baby. They put him in my arms and he went to cry. And I said, yo, you don't have to cry, man. You with your dad. Dad stand, and he reached up and grabbed my ear and stopped crying. They said, oh my God, it's like he hears them. He, like he understands. Yeah, he understands because I was always there. So
Right.
I understand what you're saying about what's around the mother, what's she ingesting, as far as the energies
Yeah.
that she has going around. And is she thinking in her head, oh, I really wanted a girl, I really wanted a boy, and that feeding on the child and inside the child? Yeah, I can understand that. And so then when somebody says some people are born gay, I have to just be like, oh my God, all right, maybe so. I can't just emphatically say no anymore because it is about what was mommy ingesting while during that 9 months of conception that you went through. And that's going to play a factor on who you are and how you deal. That's very true. Yes, ma'am.
And you want to know something else that comes into play about gender association and whatnot is the things that are promoted commercially, like beer and certain types of drinks. Um, the components that make those things up will also feminize a man. You know what I'm saying? Have an overproduction of estrogen, which makes a woman, makes a man more like a woman in emotions. All those emotions. Got people crying over debates and arguments and whatnot because they're all over emotional, but then they drinking a beer. You know, that's a manly thing to do, but that very manly thing to do is what's causing you to be so emotional and have your little period. Like you say, men get periods too. Yeah, that I ain't never heard of that till just these recent years. And yeah, I ain't never seen no blood come from no man. You ain't never had to buy a whole bunch of pads and figure out the right one that wasn't gonna irritate you. You know what I'm saying? You don't know nothing about that struggle.
Nothing
Don't
about
bring a knife to a gunfight.
it. Oh my God.
So, for real.
Yeah, wow, that's deep.
That's
But
true.
I've heard people say that about men. I've just dismissed those conversations. I never gave them any thought, or I never digested it. It's just to me, how a man got a period, that can't happen. That don't even make any sense. But I do see people operating off these type of thoughts and ideas. Yeah, one thing I always thought was effeminate was, I'm a man, I'm gonna say what I gotta say. Uh, Half the time, a man shouldn't have to say anything. His actions to say it all.
Right.
And so only a weak person would feel like they always got to talk and say something in order to get a reaction that it is that they want.
Right.
So not saying women are weak, but that is an effeminate trait, because in the relationship you would expect the woman not to be as strong as the man. And so she's always explaining herself, she's always talking about what it is she wants and stuff, whereas the man is just going out and doing it. And like, I'm happy with hot dogs and beans and rice for dinner. I don't need a 3 hour conversation about the steak or the chicken or anything else. Just get the hot dogs and beans, I'm good to go. So
Okay.
I
See.
don't. What color is the furniture in the house? If you got an orange chair, a gray couch, and a pink something else, I don't care. None of that matters to me. Are you comfortable in those things? That after that, I don't have anything to say.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, because women tend to, honestly, um, I know we getting around to the point because the sisters are coming in, and I think it's important to not to forget to bring up the importance of these sisters coming into the room and having these types of conversations with me. You know what I'm saying? Because like we just, we know there's certain things that, and I see you right there, Sasha, and I understand, and we already know what it is. So that needs no explanation. But other sisters, it would be so nice for you to come through and vibe. Have these conversations and how we navigate to forward movement. What are those things that we need to be paying attention to? Because if we don't know what's needed, we don't know what to work towards. If we're not asking the questions of what's really going on, and having open lines and honest conversations, because like we already know, no one's coming to save us. We are our own saviors of self. And so it's important that we come together for our offspring, our children, our babies, um, our youth, so they can see the unity between us, that we can come together. And, it's just like having aunties, uh, the elders in the family. And I've always wanted that for my daughter. So I'm always open to being in conversation with other mothers, because what we talk about be so real. The other day I was on the phone with my best friend Jamie, and she's more than a best friend, but that's just the best way to explain it outside of my heart. And so she's my sister. She's a great sister to have. We've been friends since we was like 12, 13 years old. We go way back, okay? She know me and I know her. And so after all these years, you go through so much in life, and when you can get back with the people you knew before you became you, before you learned who you really was, them people that knew you in the process can say, you've always been like this. I'm so happy you finding yourself. You know what I'm saying? They recognize who you are in the essence of you. And so often people change who they are and they lose the essence of self. And so once you lose the essence of self, you have a harder time navigating to yourself. And so that, I would have to say, would have to be some importance in the arrow navigation, in the rising of Kundalini into open crown chakra. You know what I'm saying? If your arrow is pointing north, then you're moving upward and onward, not stuck in bags of emotions. And so I think it's good that we have those people. But I was on the phone with her the other day, and I know I wrote about 4 or 5 songs, or started the process of I completed 1 or 2 songs. I still need to arrange them, but the words, the message is there. I can rewrite the message, But it's always when I think about music, I like to put the message in the music, because see, it's one thing when you can record to and record to music, and then record the emotion in the music and how you present it, so, and how the music feels, music and the lyrics working together to put a message for those that are listening to hear. Then I think that's one of the greatest methods of music, that the music should always have some growth and development in it, So I don't say that I rap, and I don't sing. I'm an MC that puts poetry on a beat.
And I'm glad to hear you say you're an MC, you're a master of ceremonies. That's how it
Yes.
all started. We didn't start as rappers, we started as MCs. Give me the mic, and I can go all night on several different levels. I'm a master of ceremonies, not a rapper, Yeah, yeah, that's how we started it. I remember that. I remember that. Everybody was an MC.
Right. So it's that's got to be some energy that's rising within me to even bring that forward because that was a time before me.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It
Wow.
is. I came in after that era. I'm an 80s baby. So y'all were just coming out of that. Y'all had been through the 70s disco, you know what I'm saying? And then that's when all the love music and then a lot of dance music.
Please
We were
don't
still
remind me of
dancing
disco.
different dance. Disco time. I used to
Oh,
get that.
don't
Look,
remind.
speaking of my best friend, me and my other best friend, Sarah, all three of us used to get together. We was 15 years old and we was listening to the 70s. Sarah's mother, Jody, rest her soul. Uh, she was had all the music, CDs and stuff, and we would go over to Sarah's house and listen to My Sharona and another one bites the dust by Queen. Uh,
Woo-wee.
uh, Smile Sarah.
Oh, now that's a deep song right there. I like that one. I like that one.
Yeah.
But there was some of them out there, Gloria Gaynor and a few others. Oh my God, it's fun to stay at the Y, the Village
Yeah.
People.
See, yeah, yeah,
Oh my God,
yes.
they used
I was,
they would come on,
yeah.
they would come on New Year's Rockin' Eve, and I would have to leave the television. And y'all done blew up the whole thing. Y'all done messed this up, man. Y'all done messed this up. Another thing people don't realize about that era, 78, 79, a lot of the songs were repetitive
Yeah.
and they were still singing Rock in the Treetop all day long. Like a new group would go in and remake that song because the industry felt like it was hot and it's selling. All of that stopped once hip hop hit the scene. They stopped
Yeah.
remaking songs like that. And so it was a breath of fresh air in the beginning to hear the music. And then by the late 80s, it just got ridiculous. It just became belligerent.
Well, it was like once they started with that we don't dance no more. All we do is this, and that club knocking music where you had that music. But think about the what really changed. It wasn't really it was the lyrics that changed, but what changed first that brought on the lyrics, the music, the frequency, what hertz it was in.
Yes.
And so when you speed up a system, okay, say for instance, you got something, okay, let's look at it from a record's perspective. The record is spinning, and in order for the music to come out, it has to be spinning on the right, the needle got to be placed right, and it got to be going at the speed that it normally travels around the record player for the sound to be in place. So if you start doing what they started doing, scratching, chugga, 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 you know what I'm saying? Scratching and adding stuff and speeding up the record and playing the records backwards and things like that, changing up the speed of the music. So what is that doing to the brain? If the
Adding
brain
to that.
operates on frequencies, right? And what is that doing to the heart? When the heart operates on frequencies. And so now everybody's going at a faster pace. And when you're going at a faster pace, like say, for instance, you're riding in the car and you're driving fast, you can't identify things on the sides of the road, especially when you're driving because you're looking forward. So when you're focused on something going forward at whatever speed you're going, that's why when we finally get to the point of, surrender to self, surrender to the truth, surrender to all those things that are not serving you. When you lay those things down and you surrender that, then you got to what do you got to do? you got to come back around through everything you done sped past because you missed all the clues. You missed all the treasures that you were supposed to collect on the way. So when you get to certain, you be like, oh, I think I got something for that. You know what I'm saying? And then you find out, oh, you had the key the whole time, or you had that piece of the puzzle the whole time. So
Yes, ma'am.
we always got to come back through. So that's why it's best to go at the speed in which you're supposed to go and have a balance of, the frequencies that we dive into or allow to alter our moves, thoughts, motives, actions. You know what I'm saying? You dance to certain type of music at a certain pace, and if you are off beat, you're not catching the beat. That means something is off.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am. And,
but
and
the
and it's funny that you say about the going back, because even after making a few pieces of music, a lady showed me this is how you play the piano, and she started off with C D E, and I was like, what? It repeats down this end, and then here go. I was like, what? Oh, now I understand music. But then what
yes.
really freaked me out is one of the dudes on YouTube said every song is made with do re mi fa sol la, and I took me back to the fourth grade. Is this what they were teaching us? And they gave me that ugly flute to go home and play it with. But they could have told me about the guitar, the piano, anything else. They gave me a flute trying to teach me, and the flute was too fluty. I didn't
Yeah.
get it. It wasn't. It didn't register in my brain. And the songs that we sang, like one of the songs was, "If I had a hammer, I hammer in the morning, I hammer in the evening." I hated that class, and those were the type of songs that we were singing. This was our introduction into music. So it really
Oh
didn't
wow. Yeah,
introduce
yeah.
me to music. It introduced me to, like, this is a system that you want me to follow to say I'm learning music just so you get a check and I could get an A by singing these lousy songs.
Wow. Because music is more than just the bass line. It should be.
Yes.
Yeah. So you ready to do another
Shabaka is
song?
trying to come on.
Okay, so while he trying to come on, let's go to a song.
Yes, do you mind sending him a link? I don't know how I'm gonna do that.
Sure. Let me see, cause I sent it to my other phone so I could operate from here. Let's see. Okay, yeah, here we go.
Brother Shabaka is trying to get in the house.
Yeah, come on, Shabaka. Baka baka. Let's see. Here we go. I told him my daughter call him call Shabaka. Baka baka. Okay, here we go. I send it to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and Shabaka Sankori. All right, I sent it to two different places. It's sending slowly but surely. It's sending. You should have it. Yep. So I sent it to him. Okay, so we wanted something Messiah code, and let's see something something because I think it would be interesting since Lazarus did not show up tonight. We're not gonna hold that against the brother because I know the hustle he got in him.
Shabaka, we're gonna play a song and then we'll bring you on, brother Shabaka.
Yes. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Hold on.
And good night to Sasha.
Okay. So let's pause here. We're gonna pause right there, and I'm going to share. What's up, Shabaka? See, going to present the screen because I don't necessarily have any music of his to play, but I do want to show some representation of who he is and what he does.
Yeah, these brothers put in work.
Yes.
Your life because think about
He's
this.
talking about
The
the 90
universe
day
is an
water
investment
cleanse.
bank. Like the universe is the best investment bank. So you invest in money, right? Good money, right? But the universe don't take dollars. It don't take the currency that you think you can give it. Like, I'm gonna give some fiat money out of my pocket. I'm gonna give this to the universe and think that that's what the universe accepts. That's not good money to the universe. I'm gonna keep it real. What's good money to the universe is your body. You say, what do you mean, my body, Lamel? Talk about it. I got you. Listen, if you took time to give the universe your eyes, maybe the universe will give you sight. The universe will give you vision. You hear me? Listen, if you took time to give the universe your ears, you say, universe, man, hold up, universe. I just want to give you my ears, man. Just take my ears for a minute. And the universe will open your heart so you'll be able to listen and hear the truth of the matter. You hear me? Now this runs deep and it goes deep. Because what if you tell the universe, you say, yo, universe, you know what? I'm gonna give you my feet for today. You can have my feet just for today. This is good money because remember I said that the universe is an investment bank. It's literally like the best bank that you can invest in. So now you say, yo, universe, you can have my feet. And the universe begins to take you places. You begin to move people in the right direction. Somebody hearing me, man. This message is for somebody. Shout out to you in the TikTok. Thank you. Thank you for all the stars. Thank you for all the hearts and the loves across the universe. Now, like I said, we got a mission to do as messiahs. Man, people are too religious, man. I'm gonna keep it real. Yo, I can dig it. You already know, bro. Listen, I can dig it. People are too religious. I ain't gonna hold you, man. And it seems like it's a feudal war between people that are claiming to be conscious. And I don't understand how we can be so smart that we can't agree upon a couple things that don't make no sense. When you get a bunch of people that got knowledge in the room, guess what happens? You know, an argument happens. People that think they know something, you like, man, what happens? An argument happens. An argument, excuse me. A lot of times. Let me keep it real. And you might say, how can all these smart people get and be, be in one room and then argue about something instead of come up with a solution? Yo, peace to Lisa Walker, Messiah Code All Star. All right. What is that? Incense. Man, hear what I'm saying. Share the video if you in the building. Now, if you don't got this book by Lazurus Lamel, Solar Prime Supreme 131 of the Messiah Code Movement, make sure that you get this book. This book is called the Revenge Body Book. It's a reason why I called this the Revenge Body Book. I really think it's time for us to get revenge. We've been playing the good guys too long. We've been really taking all these punches too long. You might say, well, what are we going to get revenge on? It's your lower self. The unsuccessful you. How about that? The you that you're leaving behind, you left behind and you ain't trying to pick up. You like, I'm leaving that me way back there. Y'all hear what I'm saying? This is that great revenge that I'm talking about. Now, sugar is sweet, but revenge is sweeter. Hear what I'm saying? That's what this book is about. This book is about moving every day through the challenges of life. All right? And every day has a purpose to fulfill. It deals with numerology. It deals with spirituality. I would say it deals with metaphysics and higher perceptions of life, just to keep it basic. Now, the diagram that this book is built on is called the body of the Messiah. Now, what you see behind me is the body of resurrection. For all those that can't see it in the TikTok, I'm going to tell you like this. It's the numbers that flow between 1 and 31. Y'all see that? That's the sacred gesture or symbol that represent us as a body. Because that's 1, 3, and 1. 131 is symbolic of the numbers that flow between the Alpha and Omega. And Alpha and Omega represents the beginning and the ending. Think about it. Your birthday goes between the 1 and 31 number. Am I right or wrong? If not, it goes between a 1 and a 9, or a 1 and a 99. Come on, let's get it. So, again, each number tells a story of your life. Each number tells a tale of where you are in this manifestation of what we call the mainframe consciousness. Why I call it that, or why we call it that, is because we're in the age of information and reality is programmable. Keep it real. Reality is totally programmable if you think about it. It's a perception of what you conceive in your mind. All right? So let me break it down.
Okay, so that was Pro Star Lazarus Lamel with the Messiah Code and a little bit about what he teaches and how he teaches and why his presence was welcomed here tonight, and for unforeseen reasons he has not appeared, and that's okay, but that's to show his energy is always available, uh, whether his physical body is not. And so that's the level of education, not even education, but learning and elevation and ascension through growth and development, which I have been involved in near 5 years now. So I've learned a lot through the Messiah Code movement. I've learned a lot. There's a whole language, there's a whole perception and understanding. It is totally tribal. And so it's the Thawalu Tribe of Qhum. And Qhum being, the MeWe. The Qhum is a loud, striking sound of agreement with not just yourself, but with those around you and Mother Earth, period. And so that was Lazurus Lamel, our bro star, our brother, one who brings the information about the age of information and the age of Aquarius and how it is perceived numerically through the Messiah Code movement. So we got Shabaka on.
Brother Shabaka. He's muted.
You
Yeah, greetings.
there you
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah. No, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I shared your link to the like page, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, I just got in from Los Angeles yesterday. I'm out here in Las Vegas, and the temperatures are pleasant, 99 degrees and what have you. And I appreciate the sun because we're the sun people. And like I said, and I challenge any of these, how should I say, those of the Caucasian persuasion that come out here this time of year, and let's sit in the sun together. But they're gonna have to give me instructions on what to do when they start peeling like a snake and getting dehydrated and all that. Now, keep in mind, I'm not gonna leave them, out here in this desert, you know what I'm saying? Because see, we natural to this. You see what I'm saying? Now, if I may say, and I don't know exactly what the topic is tonight, but in the news today, as we all know, the dump as in garbage. You know what I'm saying? He got convicted on 34 counts or something like that.
Ooh.
And my question is, I want to know, and please enlighten me. Please help me if I'm ignorant. I'm just only an old bastard. I don't know nothing. Why wasn't old boy taken into custody, man? Like how they do us in court, when you're convicted. And then the crooked judge, he'll sit up there and say, well, we're setting bail for you at this time. So in the meanwhile, go off there with the bailiff, where you go, as you know, yeah, as you go through there, man, they strip your ass naked, you know what I'm saying? Throwing all your personal possessions in there, being around a bunch of men, you know what I mean? Then they put you in your orange jumpsuit, or in LA County, your county blues, as they call it, and all that. But old boy walked out the courthouse, and they say that they allowed him to go to Dump Tower. And so I'm a little confused on that. But then again, this is one of the reasons why I quit voting. You know what I'm saying? This is because on this farce you're gonna have on the election this year, man, I'm on the couch. I can't do it no more, people. You know what I'm saying? So basically, as Sister Akshita was saying right there about the portal of time and what have you. The only thing I could do, man, is just pass on information that I've lived through, rather if it's right, wrong, indifferent. You know what I'm saying? And for the generations after me, before I transitioned to the ancestors. And then that dude from Hong Kong who grew up in San Francisco that said in any given situation, take what is useful and leave what is useless. But then to find out, I was speaking with a brother many, many years ago, and he had pretty much stated to me that in ancient Kemet, a lot of the knowledge was down there, and as we all know, they went there, stole it, claim it for their own, and off the historical figures, they always have kept knocking off the nose of the figures. You see what I'm saying? Rather if it was the Hermarket, rather if it was certain sarcophaguses that they had acquired or whatnot. You say, and and I just don't understand this. Is so I mean, because with you guys, the generations after me, man, you guys are in some very, very serious situations that are currently happening now and will be coming up in the future. So how
Well,
you doing? Yes, sir.
well, the thing about Trump is he has a whole bunch of money. So that's probably
Mhm.
one of the reasons why they didn't just take him and lock him up right away. They still trying to get at his money.
Okay,
And
well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. You go ahead. Because that's
Okay,
my
I was
point. They
going to
trying to get
say,
at the money.
okay, well, what they do is remand his ass into custody, set the bail at about $550 billion. So then you got to go get a bail bondsman. You see what I'm saying? Where he gets 10%. You see what I mean? And go on there and put a monitor on his ankle, throw him down there to Mar-a-Lago or whatever, down there where the panties is, because you got the hurricanes, Sister Akshita, wrecking havoc all over that Gulf Coast down there. And then, of course, you
They
know what
got
I
that
say
going on
about the,
right now.
oh, yeah, down there in Great State, Texas, down there good in the bud. Oh, yeah,
So
Houston been getting
Texas,
smashed.
they having a hurricane.
Hmm.
I
They're even
just
having it or they had it
okay,
recently.
not in Alabama.
Not in the great state of Alabama.
Okay,
Not where my ancestors
but that
slaved at.
might be the reason for these warnings they've been putting out in the weather about
Okay.
the air quality. It's a severe warning for air quality, and I have to admit that when those warnings come, I am experiencing a bit of exacerbation in my asthma. So I usually have to
Okay.
use my pump more often. So yeah, there might be something in the air, and it's so funny when things are happening. It there's a indirect effect
Hmm.
on a wider range than what we usually pay attention to. And so
Right.
that's just like how we move. There's an indirect effect on
Yes,
everything
ma'am.
that we do and anything that we say. So we have to control the frequency and vibrations that we're sending out, and everything that we send out is for sure on its way back to us, the boomerang effect.
Okay,
And
like the principles of Maya, reciprocity. Okay,
yes.
now also too, I was in Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? And the cold part about it is this time of year, Los Angeles is pretty much average like 75, 80, 95 degrees, but it was extremely cloudy out there. You know what I'm saying?
It's
And I
been
lost
real
a lot of
cloudy
money.
lately. Lost
Yes,
a lot of
ma'am.
money
And then,
doing what?
yeah, lost a lot of money, trying to do some work out there and what have you. So what I did was when I got back, is because it was my solar return yesterday, and so
Oh
I went
well,
over here.
happy belated birthday.
Happy
Okay,
solar return.
yes, sir.
Yes.
So therefore, I go over here to this casino, right? So
To
I
the
take me
casino.
about $50, yeah, to the
Not
casino.
50.
Went over there, yeah, to the casino. Well, and so I put it in. I won $22, and then I said, "Why not just get up out of here while I'm ahead?" You know what I mean? Because I thought I was gonna go bump me a couple of stones a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then I said, "No." I came up ahead $22. You know what I'm saying? Just paid another $1,600 in automobile repairs and all that. I said, why don't I quit while I'm ahead? You know what I mean? And what have you. So therefore, I'm streaming your episode here on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced like page. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
To get you
Shabaka's
some
Black
more.
Experience Enhanced People's Families.
Hey, yes, ma'am.
What it do to all the
Oh
Black
yeah.
Panthers that came before me and you, and the ones that has got us on this path that we are taking to move forward in the work and on the strengths of the backs and the sweat and tears that was brought about through the entire journey. We're still moving.
Oh yes, ma'am. And then keep in mind too is that we're doing grand rising with Shabak and the Chase tomorrow. Sister Akshita, you already know Sarge. He in
There you go. Look at
trouble.
here. Let me tell you, you gonna leave. So you gonna leave
Sarge in
Sarge alone.
trouble.
He
No,
ain't. He ain't
Sarge in
AWOL again,
trouble.
is he?
No, no, no. But we got a little wager going on that Sarge will be AWOL. We know that Trump was his boy.
Oh, so
Okay,
he in his
and
feelings.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I sat there and I looked at this bullshit. I did a live feed earlier, and while it was
Uh,
going down, when they read the charges, they got him on all 34. And guess what, people? I was amazed. I really was. I thought this trick was going to be acquitted on all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But they said, no, guilty, 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 bing, bang, bam, guilty, guilty, guilty,
Well,
bing, bing, bam.
they had to do that, and then they're gonna, and when everything, because the way it seems like it has played out, they're
Mhm.
just waiting for something to happen that's going to cause a mistrial, and all of this goes away, and
Uh-huh.
they can never
Uh-huh.
use it again.
Yeah, when it goes to the U.S. Supreme Court,
And
that is
he's
bought and
clear.
paid for, is bought and paid for. This is the same bullshit they did 50 years ago with old Tricky. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make this perfectly clear. The public has a right to know if their president is a crook. I am not a crook.
Well,
Right.
you can't hate the player. You gotta hate the game. Don't
Amen.
No,
hate the player, hate the game.
no,
That was
I ain't hating the game, Sister
yeah.
Akshita.
Shout out
What
to
I'm
TY on that.
okay. Okay, now I'm just concerned, okay, is that each time that I get in my vehicle, right, riding
Okay.
down here through the great state of California, out here to Nevada, out here in the desert, and one of these race soldiers get behind me and they run the plate, comes back to the slave name, jail record comes up, political activities come up. My past is kind of tainted, folks. You know what I'm saying? Because at one
Not
time I used to,
tainted, seasoned.
well,
Ooh, good one. Good one.
yeah, well, let's
Seasoned,
get,
not tainted. Because a lot of
well,
people don't know nothing about seasoning.
no, no, they don't. No, they
That
don't.
and
And
that's
then
why,
what it
and
is?
that's how we become the salt of the earth with our
Okay.
season. And you don't get seasoned without experience. That's why it's
Mm,
Shabaka's black experience enhanced. So we
enhanced.
trying
That's
to
right.
get
That's
to
right.
the yeah, that's there you go. And so you already got it in you to keep moving forward and enhance the experience of the so-called black people, of the people
Yeah.
who came and said, I'm black and I'm proud. See, we can't really forget about black. We can stop
No, no,
calling
no, no, no. That
ourselves
was a
that.
big hit by James Brown now in
Yeah, I know
1968.
I
Now
know
that
you
that
like
that
that
that was a
one.
big hit.
I
Oh
know
yeah.
you like
Yeah,
that
that
one.
was a real
Uh-huh.
big hit.
And
And
that was
then
a for the purposes of getting the people to come along with the idea of the new uh title that had been
mhm,
given to them by the United States government system that
okay,
created the casting system that
right,
marked all those who claimed to be black and then later African American would still be fall within that three-fourths of a human being law that's in
facts.
the 14th Amendment. So now you're subject to the Constitution amendments, and really the Constitution doesn't even go beyond uh, the first few articles, and
I think which is the first 10.
yeah, the first 10. Anything after that is void because it's not
Mhm.
even supposed to be enacted because it was not enacted with the original document. And
Okay,
that
now,
is and then using the terms that they have given you, they have used the definitions that have been already written and narrated in the 13th, 14th Amendment and on so and forth, that you're
okay,
not even to be considered human. You are less
All
than an
right, now,
animal by the Constitution, by the Bill of Rights, by the amendment, not the Bill of Rights, but the
okay, and that is
amendments.
the three fifths of the human being concept. Now, this is what I argue with Sarge with L, yeah, and if y'all can make it, get on there with us, is because what had happened was I had to get my birth certificate from Crook County. Where Sarge was at, Crook County, Illinois. After all, it was the home of Al Capone for many years. You know what I mean? They got certain traditions
I
there.
rode down that
Uh,
street and I saw the house and I saw how everything was set up on that street. And
okay. What house was
you
that,
would not
ma'am?
even know the house that's on the corner and with the fence in front of it.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember the street names, but my first husband grew up is he's from Chicago. So
Okay. Okay.
I've been to Chicago, and he was a city slicker. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Oh, well, you
he
got some
ran
hustlers there
around
in
and
Chi-Town now.
right,
They
and he
don't
was
call it
one,
Crook County for nothing.
and he was
They got
one
some
of them.
crooks.
I
Yeah,
ain't
they got some
never
crooks
met
right there.
nobody so slick and that can talk so fast and get you to agree with some stuff that you would never. People like, oh wow. I mean, like for real. This was my first husband, so yeah.
Well, he best not come to Angel Town because out there in Angel Town, a cesspool called Los Angeles, California. Okay, they are all twisted out there, and LA is garbage. People were suggesting, oh, Shabaki need to move back to Los Angeles. No, 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 no. I had a belly full of it. I left it 40 years ago. I'm staying out here in this desert as best as I can. Or transition, you know what I'm saying? Because I got some health issues, sister shit I'll tell you about later, because I got to go over here to the doctor and stuff like that. They got me on 25 different medications, you know what I mean? Sometimes when I
Yeah.
take this shit, I don't know if I'm coming or going, But anyway, as we move right along here through the concept of evolution, like what I caught brother was talking about. Okay, we as a people, we are evolving, but what we have to do is that we have to stay away from those with this alternative agenda that's trying to take us from our righteous story. You see what I'm saying? Or our story, because history is his story, our story is our story, right? Now, when I sit up here and I argue with these fools, and you heard me do it, Akshita, well, Shabaka, we all the same. Well, if we all the same, this is the right time of year to come out here to this great desert because right here at dark time right now, it's about a good 95 degrees right about now. So that's telling me it's going to be about 110, you know what I'm saying, 112 tomorrow. So I tell all of them, Sister Akshita, like you've heard me before, and you're going to love this, Elia. I tell them to come out here. Let's go sit out here in this desert, man. We can go sit right out there, man, in front of the dump hotel. You know what I'm saying? And you got to leave your sunscreen at home, but I need a list of directions to direct you to proper medical personnel. When you start peeling like a snake and start going crazy and all that. And I ain't gonna laugh at you now, you know what I'm saying? And then I'll call 911 and tell them where you at, then they can go scrape you up. You know what I mean? See, it's because of where we come from, Sister Akshita, Brother Elia, that I've been communicating with her for a number of years, had got me doing some research. And she did tell me one time that when she says that we was already here, because we had circumnavigated the globe, okay, before a drunk, stinking, unbathed, lice-infested savage by the name of Columbus thought he was going east and the stupid motherfucker was going west. Oh man, I'm in India. So how are you gonna call the Shoshone, the Seminoles, okay, Oh man, it goes on and on and
The
on. You know,
Shoshones. That's so interesting that they named that restaurant Shoney's down in
yeah,
that part of the world,
yeah.
Alabama in the Bible Belt. They all the
Okay,
way up to I think probably North Carolina, maybe Virginia had a Shoney's too, because they're technically still the South.
okay. And
Uh,
then keep in mind that I have lineage to
Shoney's.
Virginia to find out that my great grandfather was a professor at Hampton Institute. Okay, and that
Okay.
is there, and that there is in the great state of Virginia. You know what I'm saying? And then Sister Akshita, you was dropping some knowledge about the Nile, river, which is commonly referred to as the Mississippi, that splits the U.S. in half. Okay, so this is why when you get east of the Mississippi, your radio stations, TV stations all start with W. All out here in the West, it starts with KKK. You see what I mean? Uh,
Yeah.
and then uh, two, as the generations after me, I see they're getting very, very educated. But the main thing that we have to guard ourselves against is this artificial intelligence garbage. Okay, and as you know, they're getting ready to build a hub up there, I believe, in either Wisconsin or somewhere in the Midwest, in the northern Midwest, where it's going to be dedicated totally to artificial intelligence. Generations after me, keep your guards up. Okay. Study your sciences, study your arithmetic. All right. Study your technologies because this is what they're going to use to eliminate the so called black people here in America and, if not, throughout the whole wide world. These crackers hate us because they cannot be us. Oh, and I do not understand of how these crackers that hate us, but yet though they want to have sex with our women, and then they want black men to have sex with them. I mean, look at Trampy Daniels. You see what I'm saying? Got a million miles on it. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Million miles on it. You know what I'm saying? And then
Oh
when you go out
man.
there to the San Fernando Valley of Los Angeles, California, that's where they produce all that bullshit. And then, then when they take our young girls and pass them around all these peckerwoods, Stormy Daniels will say get $1,000 an hour, but they're only gonna get a sister like $15 an hour.
Oh my
Oh yeah,
God, Shabaka. Okay, okay.
yeah. Don't get me started on that.
Look,
You know what I'm
look.
saying?
Let me say this. Because look, PTSD is real
Oh yeah, they say I
on
got it.
on
Yeah, yeah,
all
Sister
levels.
Akita. I went to mental health and they told me, they say, man, what's concerning you? I said getting pulled over by these murdering ass white police. And they say, where you grow up? I said, Los Angeles. They say you got PTSD, sir. I gotta
What?
go talk to a shrink in a few days.
But wait, I see. To me, you can only have PTSD if the system doesn't, if that particular thing doesn't exist anymore. So when you say like the murderous police pulling you over, are you telling me
Yes.
that police have stopped shooting us randomly in the streets? Because
Oh
other than
no, sir.
that, it
I would
sounds
not.
like
No, no, no.
you
I would
have a
never say
legitimate
that about.
concern. No, so
Okay,
then
No,
okay.
that
right,
part can't be
right.
PTSD. You have a
No,
legitimate
well,
concern.
PTSD. Well, see, I was
Okay.
confused about what PTSD is myself because I have
Hmm.
too been diagnosed with PTSD. I 12 years in the army. I did a tour in Iraq, and I was
You're a
in
combat
Germany.
veteran.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am a combat veteran, decorated and honorably discharged. And
Right.
so, I was diagnosed with PTSD, and I didn't understand what that meant because I'm thinking there's people that have been hit by IEDs. There's people
Right.
who have, you know what I'm saying, have been left with shrapnel in their
Right.
body. And
Right.
what I was mostly dealing with was on the mental spectrum. And so
Okay.
we don't tend to learn that where we are mentally is valuable, is relevant, and is important. And so I didn't have that concept and idea during my earlier years. So I didn't think that it
Okay.
was valid to say that I had PTSD, but all along I have developed a social anxiety that I don't understand because nobody's talking about social anxiety. And a part of PTSD is social anxiety. So that means that anything, no matter whether it's uh potentially not happening anymore or something that has happened but is not happening anymore, that does lead to PTSD. But you still also have PTSD when those things are still going on, because now you're
Okay.
walking around looking over your shoulder. You're walking
Right.
around, thinking that there's someone after you or someone that's aimed to hurt you just because of what you look like. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
His
yeah.
dad and
Oh yeah.
his,
Now that
like,
is
yeah.
okay. Yeah, and like I said, I have something similar with that. Is because like in my travels, or people who come up, you see them all messed up at the gas station. Hey, brother, man, you got a little bit of change, homie. Can you help me? I'm trying to get Shorty out of jail and all that. I say, look, dude, check this out, man. Uh, I don't know, Shorty. Okay. Go see your bail bondsman, man, if you're trying to get Shorty out of jail. Man, I'm trying to get me a drink, bro. Homie, I'm not
Oh
gonna
my
give
God.
you I'm not gonna give you my hard-earned money, man, for you to go out there and kill yourself. I can't
Okay.
do it.
I feel you
I
on that.
can't do it. And
I
then
do
too,
feel
and
you
I had
on
to
that.
tell him, I said, young man, how old is you? 35, 40. Man, I'm 29. Cat, you got your whole life ahead of you, man. I'm on my way out, dude. So with a little bit of change I got that I need, man, but you still got some on your side I no longer have, young brother. And that is you. You can come up out this shit, man, but so you have to dig within. You have to pray. You have to communicate with the ancestors or whatever deity that you turn to for your inner power and the strength, man. You turn to it, but I ain't giving you shit.
Ah, that Shabaka. Let me say this. That has got to
Yeah,
be one of the greatest things, the greatest single most one of the things that I have ever heard you say with such
let's stop
passion
flattering
and
selling, make some money on.
meaning. I think that you asked me a question one time. You asked me if I could help you in any kind of way, and tell and give you feedback on what I noticed and how you go on your show or whatnot. Not to tell you how to do it, but
Right.
you understand what I'm saying. Okay.
Uh
That
huh.
stuff, having those types of conversations is comical because of the way you're telling it, and and you make it interesting the way you tell the story, and then your usage of changing your voice and all of that is classic. Okay, so you can use that on your show. And also, um your encounters with real people and what you have said to them, like you just explained to us, those words of encouragement were so
Uh
magnificent, and still you kept it real after all that encouragement I just gave you. And I hope you take it with a grain of salt. I still ain't giving you
huh.
shit.
Well, you know what they say, sister, knowledge is power, and you got to pay for knowledge because you still have to pay attention at the bare minimum. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying?
That's
And
facts.
yeah, and then also too, Akshita, I think you still got the private number. Give me a call because what I need to do, because I got a YouTube channel, and I've had like this stuff when it first came out, like the YouTube and the Facebook, and they tore down my first Facebook page. You know what I'm saying? And then there was a sister who helped me build up the second one, and then I'll never forget was this here when Obama was the
Wait a minute,
president.
hold on. What you want me to do with the information first? Cause
Uh,
you
uh,
finna get
uh,
off.
uh,
You want me to call
no,
you?
no, no,
That
no,
what you
no.
saying?
Yeah. And because what we doing, because me and Brother Pass, has been talking because we've been doing a whole lot of outlaying out of our pockets, right? Okay, so we're trying to get it back is because I'm seeing when people is making hundreds of $1,000s off this stuff off of bullshit and not real shit.
Well, look at
And
here,
now that's
Shabaka. This
yeah.
is what I have come to realize, okay? It
What's
takes
that,
money.
sis?
It takes money to make money. So
Right.
if
That's
you
called
don't,
an
if you
investment.
right, but here's the deal: if you're on the side of the spectrum which is underrated and less likely to have access to large amounts of funds, and you got to work harder to get there, you got to be more creative to get there, you got to be willing to be uncomfortable the longest to get there, or the hardest way to get there,
Right.
then of course it's gonna look like it's not happening for you. It's just happening really
Okay.
slow, because
Okay.
if you don't have that money to invest, or have someone willing to invest with you who has access, then you're
Hmm.
pretty much counted out, because anybody that got money is going to, they buying up all the space. That's like
Yeah. Yeah.
that whole meta
Yeah.
thing. They had limited to how many spaces you could purchase, because people was on there spending their good money and buying
Yeah.
thousands of spaces. And see, and
Yeah.
what I understood about that whole process is, when you purchase space, that was almost equivalent to virtual real estate.
Okay.
and and
Gotcha. Okay.
soon and soon that virtual real estate will be worth money, and that money is going to be bitcoins and different kind of cryptocurrency that's
Okay.
already in motion, but you can only use it with people who are using the system. So
Okay. In
you
other
got to
words, to make
have
your
some
trades. Yeah.
you right you got to have alliance with different people that's in the community, that's moving like you moving. So then it's levels to it. So then you get the
Okay.
people who try to scam you on the bottom end, just to get you making numbers for them, but you ain't doing nothing for yourself, because you ain't even learned
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
And
Right. Like that Cash App bullshit.
if you not willing to learn on your own, then you making yourself accessible and vulnerable to those who are well studied and researched in the topic and subject of cryptocurrency. It is very much
Okay.
real. It's real.
Okay. And they
And
got
it
a
is going
library
to
next door to where
and
I live.
it's real. And the thing is if you don't know about cryptocurrency when this economy crashes, then y'all are gonna be you don't know anybody that's dealing with cryptocurrency that can give you, you know what I'm saying, the information, because everybody else playing. So you don't know who to
Yeah.
trust. So but
Right.
my
And,
point
and
is
that's
that
yeah.
no, go ahead. I made my
Okay. It's
point.
because what okay, because sometimes I've gotten, off the so-called friends list, right? Oh man, Cash App this, man. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna thank me so very, very much. And
Yeah.
me and a few of the associates know that people have had their whole damn bank accounts wiped out with it. So when they come to me with this bullshit, I just simply say, hey man, don't send me this. Oh man, you're gonna thank me. You're gonna thank me. Oh man, just do this delete block. You know
I
what
ain't
I'm saying?
lying. That's
Yeah, because
somebody's
I ain't
account
gonna.
that got hacked. That be
Yeah,
somebody,
exactly.
they done got their account hacked, right? So and then a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of times people don't even be knowing. Like I be on say for instance, I could be on a live feed on Facebook, and I'm not
right.
pushing anything, but I can see my profile picture coming up to like things, and I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm not pushing that, but it's my profile picture. So I know
right.
that someone has gotten to like taking my pictures and have been operating on the internet, making people think it's me. And 9 times out of 10, they might have been even getting money that I
Yeah,
don't know nothing
exactly.
about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
exactly,
right.
exactly.
So
It's
people will
because
get your
and
profile picture and steal your information and
that
be
part,
using your gift better than you using it.
that part is because in almost time, I went off. and but my intellect took over is because somebody approached me with this bullshit, and I saw that they're out of San Francisco. I says, "Oh, now this is telling me everything." Now, why is this telling me everything out of San Francisco? Stinky Bird, Apple, Spreaker, iTunes, Facebook. What's the other one down there? Google, Microsoft, although they left there, all that there is headquartered in San Francisco. The same thing with Uber, DoorDash, uh, let me see, and a few other low scale ones is because when you cross over there into San Francisco from Panther Town, right, you will see how the skyline has been totally built up. And they had built that up from, that internet money, from that high tech money. And then when you go down there going south on the west side of the bay, you're going from through San Bruno County down there to Santa Clara. And that is all that you are seeing is all these real posh office buildings. And all of them are saying biotech, 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 biotech. Now I'm sitting up there now. What the fuck they mean by all this biotech, biotech, biotech? Now, all of a sudden, here come this pandemic, scamdemic, plandemic, what have you. Oh well, we need you to go get this vaccine. Now let's do some math here. Even in this warped part of the galaxy, 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9. Okay, so you got biotech firms, you got Microsoft, you got microscopic, and you got microchip. 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9. You get the vaccine, they shoot it in you, got a microchip in it. Then when they don't dig what you saying, then they turn the switch off on your ass. Bill Gates is diabolical. You see what I'm saying? It's because when the scamdemic came through, oh, you got to get the vaccine, you got to get the vaccine, got to get the vaccine. Now, I got family members of mine that is taking this stuff. And, and I always call and check on them because a lot of people was dying from it, with the side effects of it. You know what I mean? Okay, so, but what it is if you can get out there, and this is why I'm out here in this desert, with this sunlight. You see what I'm saying? You need the sunlight to live, you see. And then, of course, of the descent that we are the sun people. So like I say, so when I see the Europeans out here turning red, oh, I got sunburn. I just sit there, and I says, I feel sorry for you, but, this is your curse of what you all did to not only to those of African descent, but what you all did all around the world, nuclear
Look here.
bomb,
Look.
artificial
So
intelligence.
is it a curse? Is it a curse, or is it just like a natural condition for them?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to say it's
That's a
at a
good
nexus
question.
point on both, in my opinion, until I get further knowledge, it's because every black person ain't your brother, because you got a whole lot of haters amongst our group. But this is from what Dr. Marimba Ani had spoke about the Ma'afa. Tragedy is so bad that it is beyond description, and it is all still part of that plantation system. When the rape and slave trade and pedophile was violating, our young black girls. You see what I'm saying? And
Let me say
go
this,
ahead.
cause
Yes, ma'am.
on that whole question of was it a curse, and so what comes to my mind is
Uh-huh.
the story of the two brothers, Jacob and what's his name,
Esau.
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 Esau. Okay. Now I
Right,
got a good friend of mine who's very knowledgeable on that.
right. Well, I'll mute you for a minute, and I'm gonna mute you because there's some feedback. Okay, is that better? I don't hear the feedback. Okay. Um, I just wanted to say this. When it comes to that story in particular because they were brothers and they looked nothing alike. They were from opposite ends of the color scheme, and their hair texture was different. And it tells the story of how their father was he blind, he couldn't see, but he still taught them how to hunt and things because they were out on a hunting trip. And it was Jacob that was always the one who was out there learning. Esau, on the other hand, stayed home under the mother, and it was the woman who had a contentious heart. And in her contention, she taught her son to be jealous of the other one who was learning skills and abilities that this one who was under her was not learning because she kept coddling him. And so Jacob was the one who was going to get the birthrights. And so it was Esau that uh tricked, or was it he pretended to be Jacob and got his father, or Jacob pretended to be Esau. I'm going to have to read that again. It's been a long
I,
time.
you're telling the right story,
Hmm.
and it was Jacob who was holding on to Esau's heel when he came out.
Okay.
Esau learned to be the hunter. Jacob was at home.
Okay, okay.
Jacob got jealous of Esau and wanted his birthright. So he put something over himself and went to his blind father. But this was at the urging of the mother that
Right.
Jacob do this in order, and then his father felt the fur or whatever and thought it was Esau and gave him the blessing. And so in that, Jacob stole Esau's blessings. And what's funny about that is Jacob is Israel. That's the
Right.
same Jacob that becomes Israel later on when we start talking about the Israelites.
Okay. And that's Abraham's son.
No,
Or
that's
was
down the
Israel?
line.
Okay. I don't know the story of Israel.
That Jacob and Esau.
Oh,
Jacob becomes later on. Jacob wrestles
that's
with God,
right.
and God says, "I'm gonna cause you Israel." But no,
I didn't
so no
know
one
that
want.
that was the same Jacob.
Yeah,
Okay, let me see. There's Shabaka. So, okay, so
Okay, yeah.
I do want to play this song real quick, Shabaka. And yeah, I want to play this
Okay, because
song.
like I
And
said, I got a good friend of mine. Let me just say this here. It'll take me less than 5 seconds. I got a friend of mine who's very, very knowledgeable about that. And Sister Akshita, you've been on a podcast with him. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna invite him back because him and Sarge had went at it. You know what I'm saying?
well, it'd be nice to hear his take on that since we done dove into that topic in conversation. So whenever you have him on the show next, just let us know so we can come on there and continue the conversation. But the song I
Yeah,
want to
because
play, I need to
yes,
know
ma'am.
if El Ya is okay with this song, because I think it goes along with what we're speaking on and how people think we're insane out of our mind to know what we're going through, or to identify with what we're going through when we're walking through our own pain. And when we're walking through our pain, we think that it's not worthy of acknowledgement, or people go through their pain often alone because you can't talk about it with nobody. This is what you going through with the creator, the Almighty, the one that is most powerful than anything on this earth walking with legs and a brain. So, um, do you mind if I play this? Because this is music that was created by El Ya, and so
All right.
when I first heard it, I was like, let me think. And then I was like, okay, wait a minute now. And I wanted to tell you too, I've been listening to it over and over again, like really just listening to it. And I don't even know how I came up with the lyrics to it. It just came to me. And so I just went and started recording it immediately after it came to me. So it might sound all over the place because this is something that we are currently working on, but I think it's relevant to play it. And I wanted El Yah to know I really appreciate his style of music. I appreciate your style of music, and I can hear. I was in the mirror today listening to it, and I was like, "Oh my God, I can hear what he hears." And so initially I could not hear what you could hear. You understand what I'm saying? Because my first, thing I said to you was, I don't know, that ain't the real type of music that I be making my music to. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, then that first one with the touch,
Can I
the
interrupt you for
the,
one
the
second,
theme
Sister
song.
Akshita?
What's up?
Okay, you know the opening tracks that we do on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, right?
Hmm.
Okay, it's a song called African Sunset by Mama Africa, Sister Miriam Makeba. She was Zulu and she also had spoke Kosa. And then when Joe Gibson and Sarge came on the show one night, Mad Dr. D's firstborn, okay, had traveled to Azania, okay, because I refuse to call it South Africa. I don't recognize Musk or
Wait a minute.
Stinky
I mean, finish
Bird.
giving reference to
All
El
right,
Yah real
okay,
quick, cause you,
yeah, okay,
because
all
I'm
right, okay,
talking
all
about
right,
the music in which he has created in his time and space, and it is worthy to be revered at this moment because I'm finna play something that opened my mind to what this brother can hear when he's making his music, and I begin to see also um how bands are created with their own style. You know what I'm
mm-hmm,
saying? And
mm-hmm,
you got to allow a person to be creative in their own right. And I felt that way with this song Motion. And so I just want to play it real quick. It's really short, and
sure.
just so it
Then
can
I
be
got some more
heard.
knowledge to drop on you about music as well, too.
Okay, so let's hear this real quick. Crazy, insane. My journey's not in vain. You think I'm crazy, insane, going out my membrane when I'm walking through pain. My journey's not in vain. My journey's not in vain. You think I'm
She
crazy,
muted her mic.
insane, going out my membrane when I'm walking through pain.
Hmm.
My journey's not in vain. My journey's not in vain. Locomotive motion. Locomotive motion. And we're moving forward in a locomotive motion. I really like that bass in the beginning.
Yes, thank you. Expect a remix. Like you said, that's short. Yeah, we're in the studio.
Yeah.
We're in the studio. Yes, and thank you. You don't know. You don't know. It's I make the music. You're putting lyrics on it. We good to go. We good to go.
Right. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay,
So you're welcome. So thank you.
okay, and what I was going to say, Sister Akshita,
Mhm.
there was a woman in the mid 1960s by the name of Miriam Makeba, and she was married to another great jazz musician by the name of Hugh Masekela. Okay, and Hugh Masekela, if you recall, on one of my earlier shows, I used to play it for the intro, and it was called the Healing Song, and I no longer have it in the clip. Okay,
I believe that's
and
the song that you had me play when we had got up there. You had made reference to the to Mount Shasta in the direction
oh
it
yeah.
was, and you had me face that direction, and you said, I want you to go put on the radio the healing song, and you told me what it was, and I put that music on um, while me and my
Hmm.
daughters were at the table, uh, with the
Hmm.
products.
Yeah, that was
And
She
so
Master Caleb.
okay,
Yeah.
I remember that was, and you want to know something, Shabaka? It was that moment
Huh?
right there. It was that moment um that I felt like, everything that happened was supposed to happen. In the course of all of
Hmm.
this, in this event that we're talking about, my car was repossessed. We had just gotten up to Redding, California, and
Hmm.
we were supposed to be there, working, but something happened and everything went wrong where we was working at, and then my car got repossessed, and so
Right.
from there it was like a whole breakdown, and it was like we were forced to basically show ourselves. There was all mask, anything that could have been a mask had to be removed in that moment,
Hmm.
because you gonna
Hmm.
make me know that I'm safe, that me and
Oh
my
yeah.
daughters are safe with you. I made him prove himself that day in
Oh
front of
yeah.
me and my daughters. And so from that moment on, I believe me and Shabaka had just gained a different type of respect for one another, because it was
Oh
like,
yes, ma'am. It's
you know what I'm
because there
saying?
was no way in hell, sister, that I was going to leave a woman and two children out there in the middle of a wilderness. You know what I'm saying? That was barbaric. Okay, that was unsafe. And to quote the words of the infamous Joe Frazier, just one more round, boss. You know what I'm saying? And I had to get this sister and her children to safety. You see what
And
I'm
he did,
saying?
and he did
And
that.
what
He
have
so he got us from Redding, California to Sacramento. And then
you? Right, which is the state capital.
he also paid for our stay for, what was it, I think 2 nights. And
Yep.
he came back after those 2 nights to make sure that we were stable and able to take it
Right.
from there. He came and checked on us, you know what I'm saying, made sure we was good to go. So he ain't just drop us off, you know what I mean. He actually and stayed in
Right.
touch with the whole process. So I'm very grateful for Shabaka, and no matter
No, oh
what
yeah.
anybody could say about Shabaka, like, you could say whatever you want to say when it comes to this radio personality,
Right.
or when you're just venting and having, conversation the way you like to have it. People can say whatever they want to say about you, but what they can't do is prove that you're not a good person.
That, thank you, and I
I can
appreciate
prove
that.
that you are a good person.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
and I
saying?
appreciate that, sister. Yes, ma'am.
For
Okay, it's because
sure.
you see, yeah, it's because and El, yeah, you and I are in the same, about in the same age group, and this is why I relate on the podcast, of the things that I've lived through and those around me who are older that lived through that passed it on down to me, as Sister Mary McKeeba had said, and I got into a huge argument with the one and only Sarge Akshita, Sarge, okay. And Sister Miriam has stated that we pass down our traditions and our history orally, okay, or what they would call the griot, okay. And what will happen is
Cleo!
that Okay, and the
I
griot will
am a
come from.
griot, so I know what you're talking about. And guess what?
Exactly.
And guess what,
Yeah.
Shabaka? I didn't know
Yeah.
nothing about griot. I didn't know nothing. I was in Oakland, California, and it came to me. And then I started doing
Uh-huh.
research, and there's
Uh-huh.
like people in Oakland that go by this terminology of griot. They're
Uh-huh.
poets, they're artists, they are
Uh-huh.
creative people who think
Uh-huh.
outside the box, and they tell the story of
Uh-huh.
truth that goes on through generations. And I learned that
No,
I
oh
am a
yes, ma'am.
griot. And so I didn't get that
No,
until my position was in Oakland, California. See, we
the
really
birthplace of
don't
the
pay
Black Panther
attention to the
Party.
fact you right, you don't put into consideration that the energies of the people who lived during those times and struggles are concentrated in those areas. So when you're doing the
Oh
work
yes,
and you're
ma'am.
open spiritually for the work, then these energies will bind with you when you move
Oh yes,
into a
ma'am.
vicinity in which it can bind with you based off of the energy in which you're vibrating from. So
Oh yes,
everywhere I
ma'am. And
went,
then
I gained something. In Oakland, California, Oakland changed me.
hmm
Oakland changed
yeah,
me.
that's the birthplace of
I used to
the
stand
Black
out.
Panther Party.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I used to
And,
stand out
and
there.
Oakland is also the city of resistance too.
Yes. And you want to know what's something so interesting? Is for that city to be so busy like it is, or has so much going on and so much history there. I saw
hmm
so many abandoned communities, like whole
hmm
communities washed out, gone,
Like
just
the Fruitvale
abandoned
district,
buildings.
East Oakland. hmm
The only other place
hmm
I saw
hmm
that type of vacancy was also in Baltimore. Street after street after street after street, just abandoned townhomes, abandoned, what they call them, the townhomes.
Abandonmeniums.
Yeah, them.
Yeah, townhouses. hmm And
And
then also too, one thing I will
streets.
say about it, yeah, yeah, and they got potholes galore in them. And then when it rains there, you see when that water comes down off those hills, right? And you got cracks in the streets, the water gets up under them and it uplifts them. And that's why, the streets are so raggedy over there and East Oakland. Now, West Oakland is the actual birthplace of the Black Panther Party because Sister Akshita, you saw my live feed over there that I did when they put up the monument to Dr. Newton, and then also too when they did the mural over there, which is right across Mandela Parkway from the mural, is because Brother Paris had called me up and he sent me a link. He says, "Man, this is going on in Oakland." I says, okay, I'm on my way because I was up there in Sacramento, which is only 80 miles away. So I took pictures of the mural and what have you. And it was a tribute to the women of the Black Panther Party. And I remember as a child when those sisters used to wear the mini skirts and they used to have those fros and they used to have the leather piece. And they said, little brother, do you want to buy the Black Panther paper? And it was only a quarter. I'd get it because I was spending more time looking at the women. I think I was discovering girls at the time. You know what I'm saying? And I distinctively remember the smell of coconuts, which was part of the Afro Sheen hair care. You see what I'm saying? And so then what had happened was J. Edgar Hoover declared him public enemy number one. You know, they crushed him. But I still recognize their contribution to our history. And then you had some spin-off organizations that came from them as well too. Now, you had a lot of people at the time, and we had Marvin X up here before, you know what I'm saying? And Marvin X, he was a professor at Cal State Fresno. And Ronald Reagan, who was then governor of California at that time, had kicked Mr. X off the faculty at Fresno State University. Okay, we've had Marvin X on the show before in the past, Sister Akshita, and he has told me is that Oakland is the city of resistance. Now, San Francisco, they used to call it the Barbary Coast when people were bum rushing California in 1849 trying to get that gold going up there to El Dorado County, and you had the hanging judge, the no nonsense sheriff, and what have you. And I got jacked up by the El Dorado County sheriff one time, and he told me to get up out of town. I said, "Yo, Deputy, would you like me up out of here by sundown?" And he wasn't smiling. He said that would be nice. So I hurried up and got up out of there because you got some parts of California, Sister Akshita, that is more racist down there in the deep south. And no, that ain't no bullshit. Now, another tribute that I want to play to is the chairman of Montgomery, Alabama, down there in your neck of the woods. You remember the chairman of Montgomery, Alabama, Sister Akshita, last year down there on the riverboat? And them white folk got full of that Jack Daniels, that I.W. Harper, Johnny Walker, Gilby's gin, and they got a little bit beside themselves, and they're gonna go on there and jump on the brother. And the brother took his hat off, threw it up in his air, and the whole black community of Montgomery had came over there, and they started putting in some work, and they went on there and they smashed them crackers. They earned it. They deserved it. Then here come the ass scratching, gossip, boss ass, black police chief. Oh, no, we can't do it. This no wrong. You stepping, fetching, ignorant ass bastard. Don't you understand? These people got attacked and they were defending themselves. You see? And we ain't supposed to do that. We ain't supposed to defend ourselves. And that, Sister Akshita, was one of the reasons why Dr. Huey Percy Newton, with all the controversy in his past, okay, you still cannot take away his contribution to our history when he said, point number 7, we want an immediate end to police brutality and the murder of unarmed black people. The police are in the black community. They're there to control us, they're there to contain us, and they're there to brutalize us. So, only thing I could do, y'all, and Sister Akshita, is just take what I've lived through and pass it on to you guys since I'm approaching transition. You see what I mean? And then the day when I can no longer think right, or go to the restroom, then do a mercy killing and put a bullet in my head and put me out of my misery.
Okay, here you go.
You're not a horse. That's what we do to horses. They break a leg, we put them out their misery. We're not putting you out the pasture. You have to go out of this gracefully.
Okay, now funny you should say that, Elia, because in the early 1950s, the early 1960s, there was a movie called They Shoot Horses, Don't They? And it was a Depression era film where these people would do these marathons in the 1930s, walking around here until they dropped, and then the last one standing would get like $100. And it was a film they called They Shoot Horses, Don't They? And that was the moral of it. Yeah, no bullshit. And then also too, Sister Akshita, I will be going right back there on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles, and I will be doing another live feed, and from that Academy Award winning place, and to stop this ratchet ass nonsense of these BS movies that they making about us. All
Speaking
these
of
movies.
movies.
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of movies, I think it was no, I know it was Elia. We were speaking about you had made a post, and your post was in reference to uh are we numb to the disrespect and the lack of recognition or acknowledgement towards the matriarch, and how movies display that, and one in particular was the Black Panther movie.
Okay, Wakanda Forever.
Yes.
Okay, Okay, now I want to pay respect to that
Wait,
gentleman by the name.
hold on, Shabaka, because I want El to to expand on that thought process.
Okay,
You know,
So
okay.
so after the movie came out, our society got caught up in, do we need a leader like T'Challa or warmonger? And it went as deep as to compare Obama to T'Challa, always talking about peace when we should be fighting. But the thing that went over all of our heads is that they called the women war dogs. Now, this is a movie, The Black Panther. It's about feline cats, feline. There are packs of lionesses and everything that they could have chose to call those women. And instead, they called them war dogs. Now, we all know what you call a female dog. So in this movie that we're all watching, subliminally, they hit our sisters in the head again, and we all ignored it. It didn't even catch us to a point where anybody want to discuss it, say anything about it or against it. We just accepted it, and then we jumped on the two men and which one should we follow and stuff. Let's go back to the side stars and realize that our side stars got disrespected in that movie that was put out by a whole nother spectrum of people other than us. So are we numb to these type of things when it comes to our women, where we could see the hurt on the man, but we can't see the hurt on our women? And where the hip hop industry itself, you see how they portray our women? That's basically what they did in the movie. Even though they made them strong and powerful and they were fighting and stuff, you made them war dogs in a movie about felines, and they could have been something war lionesses or some other thing. And it's just disturbing to me that how this just goes on and we don't pay attention and protect our women at any cost. And so that was what my post was about and what I was saying in the post.
Well, I think that is a valid question on how we have allowed that subliminal message to remain on the subline and unchecked. There's no checks and balances on what we're agreeing to and not agreeing to. And subliminally, if we're agreeing, then we are also a part of the problem, and
Yes.
so and that's where the major issue comes from, is when we don't realize that we are contributing to our own demise rather than paying attention, as Shabaka had just mentioned just a few minutes ago, about you may not be paying with dollars, but you're paying with your attention, and also with the sense that you gain from the consumption of the information. So uh, it's got to make sense, and it's not making sense. Um, but the funny part about it is the when you posted that, that's the first time I ever heard of any objection
okay,
of
if I
that
may
nature with
add in.
the Black Panther movie. What's up,
Okay.
Shabaka?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Elia is absolutely right. Okay, this is why, like, I argue with Sarge all the time. I always speak about Her Majesty, Queen Nzinga of Mutamba, which is modern day Angola. Okay, now the Dua Mujale, okay, is what Brother Elia was referring to. Is that when Killmonger had came and took over, okay, And General Okoye had told the dude Mushalet, they saying that we don't dig Killmonger. But General Okoye told him, well, we swore to protect the throne. Now we don't dig Killmonger, but King T'Challa is no longer here with us. But however, is that King T'Challa had came back is because he was thrown over the river. He was injured real bad. And he was nursed back to health. Okay, so he took the power of the wait a minute. He took the power of the Panther. Okay. Then he came back. Then they had to strip him of the power of the Panther. So where him and Killmonger fought, not on display, but within private, and Killmonger lost. And then Michael B. Long, great actor, by the way, who played Killmonger, and of course we know Chadwick Boseman, who played King T'Challa, had stated, well, man, I committed treason against the throne and I lost. And his brother was telling him, well, look, man, you can come on back. He says, no, 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 no. He mentioned a very historical fact, and I want to hear what El Yah got to say on this one. He says, no, execute me, because off the coast of North Carolina, there was a certain crew that came there, and they realized that they could not get back home. So they had backed themselves off into the water. Okay, it's because they figured it's better to be dead than to be a slave. And this is the message, that Killmonger was laying out. Now, as Brother Al Yah has said, of how they disrespected or belittled the women. Okay, now comes Angela Bassett, the Queen Mother, and Wakanda Forever, Black Panther 2, where she was the head of state. Okay, it's because her sons, had got killed. So she had to pass it on to Siri, who was the technologist, you know what I'm saying? And she gave Siri the power of the Panther in Wakanda Forever, where the Latinos saying that we're going to wipe Wakanda off the face of the earth is because they were the water people. But what it is, though, they came there with lies, deceit. The same thing what the white man did here to the indigenous people of the continent of North America. And Siri, with her little self, it was a tough fight, but she finally killed that son of a bitch, and I'm glad she did. And he kept saying, oh, get me to the water, get me to the water, get me to the water. And Siri went up there and kicked him off the planet. Oh, Siri put in the work. So I would imagine when they do Black Panther 3, which they will, I think the Siri is going to be the queen. That's what I'm thinking. That's my theory. Based on how Hollywood does shit, you know what I'm saying? And then also too, and I'll never forget, you're gonna love this one here, y'all. I saw a video after they made the first Black Panther, El Yah, and there was this little boy crying on the Instagram. His mother was taking a picture of him, and the little boy who was not black was crying and was so upset because he was not black. You see what I'm saying? And then keep in mind that Ryan Coogler, who was the independent film maker who made Fruitvale Station, and I took you right by Fruitvale Station too, Sister Akshita. When Oscar Grant was murdered.
Fruitvale. I was there. I rode the train all the way up to the end of the track.
Okay, was you going south or was you going north? Did you wind up in Fremont or Richmond?
Richmond.
Richmond?
Yeah. That's north, right?
Okay, yeah, Richmond, yeah, Contra Costa County.
I rode all me and the girls, we got on the train. That was my first time I had a panic attack and everything. Um, I was so
Okay.
afraid.
Now, funny you should.
But we did it. And I
Fun,
had to prove.
funny you
That was
should.
another time of me proving to my daughters to move even when you're in fear and when you don't understand what's going on inside of you, not to rush, but to take your time and observe your surroundings because it's a reason why you're there. and you have to figure out the reason in which why you're there. And so it was a nice ride. We didn't have no issues, no troubles, no nothing. It was very nice. We went through Fruitvale and everything.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And I did a YouTube video too from the Fruitville station, years ago, Sister Akshita. Remind me to send you the link to it. All right. Now, Richmond, California is where Huey Newton and Bobby Seale had went up there to the Contra Costa County Sheriff, because the city of Richmond is in Contra Costa County. Okay, it's because up there in the Bay Area, in the northern part of California, all the counties are real small. It's because that's from the cowboy days. So Seale and Newton had went up there to the sheriff of Contra Costa County because they was questioning the questionable police killing of Denzel Dowd, who was shot with his hands up. So they went off into his office, and the sheriff of the Contra Costa County told him, he says, well, hell, I'm, enforcing the laws of the goddamn state of California. And if you got a fucking problem with the laws here, go up there to the state legislature and get the hell out of my office. And Bobby Seale said, you know what? This clown just might have a point. So they went up there to Sacramento, May 2nd, 1967, okay, with the guns, and they were protesting the Mulford Act. And the Mulford Act was legislation signed by a state representative by the name of Mulford, who was out of Piedmont, California, which is a lily white suburb north of Oakland. And this is why, to this day, that in the great state of California, it is illegal for you to possess a firearm. Now, the U.S. District Court of Appeals has stated that California might be in violation of the Second Amendment. Okay, but as you and I both know, Akshita and El is that the U.S. Supreme Court chooses the cases that it's going to review and rule on. Now, Barack Obama, I appreciate the the accomplishment of him becoming the first black president. But when he went over there to
But he's
Kenya,
not even black.
okay,
He
well, let's
never
say of
he
yeah,
only placated to the black population to keep the votes high, but he never
right.
stated that he's black. He's even argued against being black, and that was why his birth certificate and everything had to come out, so he didn't never have to say he was black.
Okay, and he was
See,
born in Hawaii.
and yeah, that's still a part of the United States. So that's why it's
Yeah,
safe,
right.
outside of the borders and the confounds of this northern part of
Yes, ma'am.
America, but
Yes, ma'am.
where they have stationed themselves in their corporation of the United States. So
Okay.
that's what makes it safe out there, because even though it's United States territory, it's still foreign land.
Oh
And
yeah. Now get this
there's
here.
still an independent government system that operates separate from the United States, but in alliance with the United States. So if they could be a part of it and work in alliance with the United States, can't we also create something and work in alliance with them, where they have to respect our boundaries and we respect theirs? But then at the
Okay.
same time, if when they are come to respect our boundaries, they have to understand that this whole land is our boundaries, and we pushing you back into your little sector. That's what's
Right.
gonna happen, and that's where the
Okay.
problem comes in, because they want the control of the land, and it's not
Okay.
theirs to control.
Right, because land is a factor of production. Okay. Now, Obama goes to Kenya. Okay.
That's where he's
And
from.
yeah. And President Kenyatta. Now, you got a lot of knowledge. Is the current President Kenyatta of Kenya related to Jomo, the burning spear?
That's
I
your
don't have any idea.
Okay, all
that's
righty.
your field,
So
Shalaka.
anyway, what had happened was Obama goes to Kenya, to Nairobi. The first thing that Obama starts talking about is this alternative lifestyle rights about men shoving ketchup up their rectum, talking about they having a menstrual cycle.
No. Okay. No, we're not. We're not going to do that.
Well, anyway, Sister
No, we're
Akshita,
not going to do that.
but Sister Akshita, but President Museveni had told Obama, hey man, you got to get up out the neighborhood, man,
Right,
because
they-
you don't do that here. Now, his next stop, now get this here, was in the land of the Queen of Sheba, called Ethiopia. So then the president of Ethiopia called Obama up on Air Force One and said, Mr. President, we understand your what you did down there in Kenya. We ain't with that here, so don't even bother landing, man. Shake the spot. Get up out the neighborhood. You know, we don't do that here. Now, as I've stated, they got their human rights. They got their civil rights. But there's nowhere in hell that a dog-faced ass Joe gonna come up to me with a 5 o'clock shadow, shoving ketchup up his rectum, talking about he's having a menstrual cycle, calling himself a woman. That's an insult to womanhood. Insult to womanhood. What's that shit?
We're not going to go down.
And I see, oh yeah,
We can have this conversation.
It's bad, man.
Day
It's bad.
in and day out. And no, sir. No, sir. I'm looking for a song right now, please.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself while I gotta take this phone call. I'll be right back.
All right.
Shabaka is wild.
Yes, he is. A whole nother level. Oh, wow. I don't even know what to play. OMG. Okay, so let me see. I don't even know what to play right now. Oh my God. Okay, so let me see something, cause I don't even know what to say right now. I swear I don't. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. Tahaka Bay. Does he got any other music?
Not that I've seen.
Okay. Now I'm starting to see the information about that slap, and I didn't know anything about that. No, I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, and because of the way I saw it, I never spoke on it because I couldn't tell if the brother actually got smacked. And I would speak to him about it before I spoke to the public about it.
Right. And also, it could be one of those things to just bring controversy. Why would they? Why? So I don't know. So yeah, no, I don't see him having any.
Uncle Leroy's Hoodoo Corner asked, "Are we African?" And Uncle Leroy, Africans are not even Africans, brother. That name is a slave name. It's just like saying you're black or African American. It's something that they made up to classify and control us with. So no, we are not Africans. Never have been, never will be. If anything, we should be Akubulanians, Cushites, Nubians, not even Ethiopia. because that's why Haile Selassie I, peace and blessings to him too. He when he went over there, he said this is Addis Baba. He took the name Ethiopia out.
Right.
Yo, listen, we've been abused since the Holy Scriptures. And that's why I don't believe the Creator wrote any of the books that people say the Creator wrote. It's just man's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that He stuck in those books to give us. But there's no Ethiopia. It's Addis Baba. So there's no
And
Africa. It's Akubulan.
very much so. The letters that I wrote and sent went to Adisi Baba,
Yes.
which I haven't gotten a response. But I feel like the response that I received wasn't the one that you would think to receive. I got a response though. All right, let's see. We got a response. Not just I. What was I gonna say? I'm trying to find something to play, and
And peace and blessings to Lion King, who did read the Jamaican Constitution. And even he realized in reading it that when Jamaica received its freedom, their people were so much fighting each other that they had to call England back in order for them to be who they are and where they are today. And that was a mistake. And so we are visiting that part of our lives right now on this land. Either we come together and we build something, or we're going to have a foreign entity over us telling us again for the next 400 years what life is and who we are. And then we just messed up and did our future a disservice because we too busy arguing about religions
right,
and other things that don't matter.
man, it just sometimes it can be so bothersome because I'm like we have come so far and we still have so much further to go, but when you see the process of it all, it's like, okay, this is taking so much longer to undo than it has taken for it to be done. And and the crazy part about it is it's the strategy in which they took to take the mother out of her right mind, because if you have the woman, you got the children also. And so it was the destruction of the woman's mind, the mind of the woman, uh, especially during the time of pregnancy, you know. And so that go back to what we was talking about earlier. Where was the mother's thought process while she was carrying this child? You know, how did the mother hate herself and give those energies and vibrations of self-hatred? And all of that is something that affects and also manipulates the DNA. It's a manipulation of the DNA. And so, also, just like water moves and can create different vibrations and movements and synchronicity based on rhythm and sound, don't our blood vessels also do the same thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it even changes the way the heart pumps. And if your heart is pumping different, and then it affects the way the blood is being transported through your veins throughout your body into your extremities. And so and if you're not balancing things with your body, then it sets everything into the motion of confusion. And so all of that is affecting the heart and the mind and the body. You know what I'm saying? So I did this song. It's called To My Sisters, because now that we back on the women again, the sisters, we, which she's never far from the topic of discussion, which is why we need to get more sisters involved in the conversations here, uh, so we can discuss these things. But I wrote this song, and to tell you the truth, it's one that I haven't been listening to. And I have to say this. I think I haven't been listening to it because it was in the earlier states of the music making and recording myself, and how I wanted to bring across the message. And so um, something about this I wanted to keep together, and I haven't worked on it anymore. I just kind of left it, but I'm going to share it tonight. So this is To My Sisters.
This one is for the sisters. The sisters in the system. Stay away. Know what you're coming for. Knowledge. Yeah.
We can't hear it.
Stay away. The sisters. This is for you.
Stay away from my apple tree. Stay away from my apple tree.
The sisters of the system who support me as a sister on this journey of unity in sister love. One love, that star love.
Stay away from my apple tree. Stay away from my apple tree. Stay away from my apple tree.
The ones who willingly build with me on the stormy nights and days in this fight against hate as we raise our offspring, our babies, our legacy in truth and love, guiding them the right way. I'm here to lift you up
In the middle of the storm.
the middle of all things. Yeah, I want to take this time to say thank you. I appreciate you because it's you that uplift me in a major way. Because there is no love like a sister love. So keep encouraging me to be free as we were all born to be. To make a name for ourselves so we can raise heaven, not hell. This one is for the sisters. You don't want to pick on my apple trees. You don't want to pick on my apple trees. I give love, encouragement, empowerment. I'm holding you up. Now, those sisters that support me is Jamie B, Sarah Rose, Tia Tate, Jenny Lowe, Sharonda Thompson, Char Honda, and Miss Taisha Roshan, Letitia McKenzie, Tia Turnbull, Brianna Conklin, Nature Williams, Carrie Shealy, Asia Woods, Paola Robles, Michelle Sanders, Janicia Sadia, McNear Bay, Jasmine Thompson, Betty Moore, Betty Boop, Elsie Gilmore, out of B Moore, Denise Fletcher, Lovely G, keep them lips popping, Bobby Mamadi. Lamel, Kashayla Lamel, Tabira Israel, Kimberly Hardwick, K.I.T. Keep it moving. Jamila Me, make it happen. Takesha Martin, Wanda Ward, Brittany Don, April Pryor, Taya Woods, Sandra Sunshine Serrano, Shakina Register, Joy Shavers, Paula Henry, Stacey Ann Antoinette Bills, Shell Sims, Cindy McBroom, Mary Essex, Relisha Thompson, the Queen Refined. So many other sisters. So many other sisters.
Stay away from my apple tree.
Unless you trying to support me.
Okay.
That was fire. That was fire. We can hear you having fun. You having fun within the song. I can see you on stage rocking that.
Yep, and that was.
Beyonce might get mad.
I just wanted to give love to real people who then gave real love to me. You know what I'm saying? And so I believe that their names are worth being known and to be heard. And only those people can identify. And I was looking at the list and I was like, this is a lot of women that I'm already connected to and connected with. And I believe that they're all just kind of like just waiting for that thing to happen, for me to get what it is that I have been working towards, and things that they see in me, that they're rooting for me without being so present, because they got their own things going on. And this is why I respect and understand why there's no public unity, because they're waiting for that opportunity. Okay, so when they can feel comfortable enough to drop everything and come, they coming. But if until if we stop think and stop and continue to think, okay, well, I'm not gonna move until they move, and they're looking like, well, I'm not gonna move until you move. So if I understand my position and what my abilities are, what I'm able to do, and how I'm able to do it. If I see there's a significant difference in how other mothers are able to operate versus how I am, then I would be crazy to sit and wait for them when I have the opportunity available to me to continue moving forward in, you know what I'm saying, with them pushing me, like saying, "Go, you got it, you got it." You know what I'm saying? It's like when you carrying the baton. They've carried the baton to the point in which they could carry it, and then it was the next runner up. So but that last runner that you have is the one that's gonna get to the finish line.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so that's the one that has to keep all the stamina and energy to shoot off. you know and so when you shoot off, it ain't no stopping to look and smell the roses and all that. You should have been doing all that when the other runners was running before they got to you.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why I believe I've been on this accelerated program of transformation, and this is what created the transformational life coaching. I was trying to take my degree in social work and my passion for helping people, put those two together, and I came up with, through my research of life coaching. And then I realized that to be a life coach, it only took for you to have an experience in something that you could help other people navigate through. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not here to tell you how to live. I can share my story, my journey, and my experience with you, and what certain choices and decisions I made, how it influenced my path, and how I got to where I am. And if you see, if you know my story and you seen me go through that and to be where I am today, you already know what it is. And so it's those women that are in my corner that people may not see, but that was a long list of names.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
saying? And
And
and,
you
and
know,
they made, yeah.
no, go ahead, finish.
I'm gonna say they may not show up, but they know that when the table is set, that they gonna be there, and what trickles down is going to hit them as long as they're in place. You how you gonna prepare for something and you're not preparing?
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone wasn't in the it wasn't chosen to do what I'm doing.
Exactly.
So that's why we are where we are, and that's why I'm doing what we're doing, and that's why I don't put no pressure. But I know I'm not the only one,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the thing about it. I'm not over anyone, and I'm not the only one. I'm just looking for those who also identify with the same qualities of operation as a woman, and who has gone through enough, and have gotten familiar with their own voice and confidence to speak out and speak the truth.
Yes, ma'am. And so in the 90s, as I try to encourage people to do better, one of the things I used to tell the brothers was if you're 23, there's a 15-year-old trying to get to your age. And if you're 27, there's a 23-year-old trying to get to your age. And if we just look around us in the 80s and 90s, half of us ain't even making it to these ages anymore. We're dying at 18, 21. We're not making it to these ages. So if you're older than the next person, then that's your right and your value to teach them without going to college. You are a life coach. If you live to be 30 and you know somebody else is 20, it's your job to get them to be 30 and to stand on their own bottom. So we're all on every level, we're going through the same thing. The men are going through the same thing too.
Right.
So
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what, and you want to know something? I respect and appreciate. I know I always bring him up. Just I am a fan, and I'm a fan for good reason. Kevin Gates, when he spoke about what happened to him as a child openly, and Mike Tyson, he did an interview with Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson also said, "Hey, why do you think I became who I am? Because I was someone, hurt me." And so Kevin Gates has a song called "Broken Men," and on that song, he referenced all the things that pretty much he has gone through, and that how he helps people to understand and to get through those things as a man. you know um of course, anytime anything happens to you, you question yourself, and who you are, and how you're supposed to be, or how you are, especially if you have been uh harmed in a way of your sexuality and whatnot. So those things take place, and he opened up a safe space for men who would never say it out publicly, can go to someone who understands, that you don't have to, you know what that feels like as a young boy, as a young man, to be, touched inappropriately or to be harmed, in that manner. So I appreciate the fact of the vulnerability that has been shown, and the concern for children. And he got another song, Protect the Children. You know, and so I think all that is relevant to how we moving forward, because if we're not doing what it takes to heal as women and as men, women can't heal men and men can't heal women. They can help in the influence of uh better communication and operation with one another, but a woman needs another woman, because it's certain things that only women understand. Just like for men, there's only certain things that only men will ever understand. Even the mother of boys, excuse me, won't understand certain aspects of their sons. That's why the father is important in the household. And for the young girls, the father is important because that's the first love that she experiences with a man. So the father is the one who teaches her how to be loved appropriately, and always remains as a protector to keep them safe, so they can learn to trust themselves in this world that's so full of corruption, hurt, and pain.
Yes, ma'am.
So both parents, mother and father, are equally valuable in the life of a child. And I love the fact that he brings that to the center focus of everything that he does. Um, so I'm a fan. I'm a big
Yeah.
fan.
I never like I said, I used to get him mixed up with somebody else, the brother who passed. I forgot his
Young
name.
Dolph.
No, a more positive dude. He did talk shows.
Oh, uh,
Kevin
Kevin
Samuels.
Samuels.
Yeah, I used to get Kevin Gates and Kevin Samuels. And what you're the one who cleared them up for me and let me know that they was two different people.
Yeah,
And that
two very different people.
yeah, and Kevin Samuels passed away and Kevin Gates is still alive. I didn't know that. I
Yes.
thought Kevin Gates was gone and you had some of his music and you was playing it. I didn't realize he was still alive and doing stuff till you
Oh
said it.
yeah. 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 I was shocked at Kevin Samuels' early demise. Um, he was I now when it come to him, he was he was very short, and he had little room for nonsense. He wasn't finna play with you. He was finna hit you hard, heavy, and strong. And if you think about it, we need people like that. That's just like when you driving a nail through a piece of wood. You want the nail that's gonna drive. You want the hammer that's gonna drive that nail in with as less of pumps as you need to get it in. So
Mm-hmm.
that's just like how when we are speaking or teaching or guiding others, you don't have time to play all the time. Sometimes things got to be hard and heavy. And so he was that hard heavy hitter that didn't coddle women because they, excuse for lack of better terms, it's true, because they have a vagina. You think you special.
Sister Akshita, if I may, if I may interrupt, okay. Excuse me, oh yeah, I had to say this here, Sister Akshita.
What's up, Shabaka?
Okay, it takes 6 men to carry a guy to his grave. But it only takes one woman to put him there. Now am I lying?
Oh my goodness.
Well, in essence, what we doing here is we trying to navigate outside of those behaviors of toxicity when it comes to relationships. And so
now,
that's
however,
the whole, right. I get what you're saying, but that's why
however,
the
though,
men
Sister
gotta be a
Akita,
positive role model for the men, and the women gotta be positive role models for the women. And how we behave and how we behave with each other is how we'll behave with one another.
okay, now you do know in some societies on the continent that's right below Europe, that's on the eastern side of the Atlantic Ocean, okay, which is let me see, on the western side of the Indian Ocean, and some societies there, they did have wars of men fighting over women.
Well, I mean, that's still going on today. That was going on in the Bible days. So you know it had to be going on way before then.
Now here's what I tell.
It was happening before we came into our bodies.
Okay, now hold on, Sister Akshita. Okay, now you know, out here in Sin City, okay, they got a certain profession that goes here. Such guys were well known here, like Ali, Larry Holmes, Ray Leonard, Thomas Hearns, right? And what I tell these young men, when they getting ready to kill each other over these women, bruh, instead of doing that, if you don't put all that time, energy, and effort to do that, then you might as well come out here and get the fuck paid for it. But that's just me.
Well. Oh Lord, I'm getting tired.
You mean put them in a boxing match?
Yes, sir. Because what will happen, sir, is when they make that money, the women is gonna come to them like waterfalls.
Well, you're right, but hopefully we're gonna cure ourselves and our women of money being the attraction to each other, and let's say material things. We're gonna start dealing more internally with each other and expressing ourselves from the inside out instead of the external, and a car that gets attraction as opposed to the person. I mean, because once you get in the car, maybe you got in the car with a murderer. I don't know.
No, man, seriously. No, hold on, L. Y'all putting all nonsense aside. No, seriously. And also, to be advised, people, I've came across some information out here, and I cannot say any establishment or whatever. We are trying to verify this. Is that there is a ring that is going around that's kidnapping young girls, and they're never seen again. Okay, and this is why I always emphasize for the men folk and the women folk that got daughters, have them learn some martial arts, have them learn how to break down weapons in the lock and load. Okay, and then protect themselves, because how many of these missing babies, man, that they got coming up, right? But it's a higher amount of our little girls coming up missing than any other group.
See, that's scary to say, because we don't know. Women are being missing all over the world. We can't just lock down here in the Americas and say that, let's say there's more of our sisters missing in America than any place else. But now turn on the news and go over to Europe. They're missing women
Right.
too.
Right.
Arabia, all them places, everybody's missing women and children. So to put it on one or the other is kind of hard for me. It's just women in general are in danger, period. I don't care what their race is or anything. It just makes it easier to come after our women who have less of a political and an economic standing and base because they consider themselves black. So nobody cared in the first place. So it was easier to get to them. But all over the world, women are being snatched and put into these rings.
Yeah.
And held up where?
And I'm gonna tell you another place, man, where they might be doing this bullshit as well too, which is 300 miles right down Interstate 15 for me. You know it, Hollywood, Los Angeles.
Man. Now that's a whole nother show because to me, Hollywood is like a provocateur of this type of behavior.
Oh yes, sir. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Okay, like who was the little girl, man? Okay, wait a minute. There was a movie director by the name of Roman Polanski who fled the U.S. back to Poland, man, because they was about to hit him with a charge, man, of violating little girls.
Wow. I remember that name, Roman Polanski.
Yeah, he was a movie director. And to refresh your memory, you could archive a movie called Chinatown with a guy by the name of Jack Nicholson who played in it. And this was 1974, 1975, I think, if memory serves me correct. Okay, but the setting of the movie of why they called it Chinatown, because they have a section called Chinatown in Los Angeles, and the setting was the 1930s. And there was that old classic saying that if you cannot bring water to Los Angeles, then you simply bring Los Angeles to the water. And that's why to this day, the San Fernando Valley is incorporated into the city of Los Angeles. And I got that there from a very, very reliable source. Okay, Roman Polanski was his name. Okay, and then, and excuse my language, and I'm putting it out there, and I think I speak for all decent men that says this. You got to be one sick-ass son of a bitch to be going here up under these for these underage girls. Because I got little cousins, okay, little nieces. You see what I'm saying? And then just like what the woman said in the dump trial in Atlanta, Fannie Willis, and I never, regardless of her profession, because I never support a district attorney anyway, because that's the son bitch trying to get you locked up. But one thing that Fannie Willis said when they tried to disqualify her, she says, I went to my daddy. Understand? I went to my dad. So with her making that statement, this is the man, you know, that created her. This is the man that raised her. And this is the man that protected her when she was coming up. And this is why I advocate all girls starting at 8, 9, 10 years old start taking themselves to defense classes, okay, to return severe and extreme punishment with prejudice if an individual, particularly a man, is trying to violate. Say, because you got a whole lot of men folk that don't dig dudes like that, and I'm one of them. But
yes, we are.
Yeah, and the reason being, as you know, when these sick, pervert ass, sick ass bastards go out there and do that shit, that gives all the men folk a bad name. Understand?
Well, they, you know, and this is what I learned from being a father.
Okay.
I agree with the concern for our daughters, but we need to have that for our young sons too, because our young sons are experiencing the same thing that the young girls are experiencing. These
Okay.
people don't care where they
Yes.
you cut a hole in a tree, they trying to be with the tree. So they all we need to protect our families
Period.
as one total body unit.
Yes.
Right. Exactly. You know
Because
what I'm saying?
them brothers who raped excuse me, I won't say it like that. Those brothers who allegedly touched Justin Bieber,
Okay.
the race don't mean nothing to me. That's a little boy. And y'all grown men touching him, we could all go to jail. We could all die right now. And Justin Bieber be the only one left in my eyes to tell the story of what went on in this room. But you won't touch that little boy in front of me. What's wrong with y'all? His race doesn't matter.
Yeah, because that's a child. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now I can see your reasoning on that. Okay. Okay, but you got to understand too, off of research that I've done, and I believe Brother Chain Krumer, man, had brought this to my attention. Because I think it was Tariq Nasheed. Wait a minute. What was that? Not the hidden figures, but the hidden colors. Where they were talking about the buck breaking concept on the plantation system. Okay, and where they would sodomize a man in front of his son, and particularly with his woman. And then, of course, you know, they had the breeding farm, and then they would put blindfolds over the men and have them breed more slaves. And I think this is okay. And I'm citing Chase sources. I believe it was down there in Jamaica. And Mama told me one time, because when I was a little kid, she overheard me use the MF term. So then, after absorbing a left hook followed by the right hand, and having my mouth washed out with soap, Mama told me of where this term originated from. Okay, so then in the era that I grew up in, and when I got more and more knowledge of this, and a lot of this shit, I'm sorry that I studied. I mean, man, yeah, because it got me all twisted being old and shit. Okay, but she went on and told me that. Now, another thing where a man has got to protect himself from, and I do know we have a lady present, is not to be a sucker for this ratchetness that you see up out of Hollywood. And I saw the YouTube video a couple of weeks ago, okay, where this sister's up here twerking, and a white boy comes up behind her, and her son is right there, and he's like 6 or 7, and he says, "You go get off of my mama." See, there's another reason why I said with Hollywood. And I will take my ass right back down there again. And you saw that video I made, Sister shit, about 2 years ago, when I went right down there in front of the Academy Award Theater, and I told them about themselves. See, you know, and I was out there by my lonesome. And I'm just glad didn't nobody recognize me when they come knock me in my head. Oh, you that Shabaka black ass on me, down nigga, we got to kill you. You know what I'm saying, and all that. You know, and then Lil Wayne, all tatted up, confused, twisted, sold his music to Universal Music Group. They give Lil Wayne $100 million, but Universal Music Group makes $100 billion.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
You
Every
never
other
know.
word is the B
You
word.
never know what took place and why it was important for that to go where it went and how it went, because everybody got a story, and everybody and other people outside of that story will never understand how certain people move and why they move the way they move. So
Oh
I
yeah,
can't
yeah,
let you
yeah.
beat up. I
Hollywood
can't
is a
let you
very,
beat up
very
Lil
wicked
Wayne.
place.
I can't let you beat up Lil Wayne.
Okay, and now, sister, I'm just telling you the real because I grew up in Los Angeles. Okay,
Hmm.
I've been all up and down Hollywood Boulevard, the Walk of Fame, and I will say that Queen Latifah has a star, Tupac has a star, Vivica Fox has a star, and Samuel L. Jackson has a star, and they even got his footprints down in front of the Chinese theater. Okay, and it's a very, very ratchet institution. You know what I mean? And I know we're on public airwaves, and I'm gonna leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? And if anybody ain't never been there to Angel Town or to Hollywood, there's an album by the Miracles made in the mid 1970s called "The City of Angels," and there's a song on that album called "Poor Charlotte." They need to listen to it. Yeah. Somebody's speeding. Who's there doing all that speed?
You mean the car noise?
Yeah.
That's outside the window. I got my windows open, catching this cool summer or spring air, and
Oh
it's
yeah.
party
I don't
time. It's
blame you.
party time. Yeah, they're
Oh, okay.
coming
That's
home
right.
from
It
the
is.
clubs.
Oh,
Summer
okay, okay,
breeze
okay.
makes me
And,
feel
and it's and
fine.
and it's
Oh,
11 p.m. here,
Jasmine,
here in Sin City, and we at about 90 degrees right about now.
I
the
don't know. It's about
altitude
70
1.
something here.
Okay, how's the humidity there, yeah?
Right now, there's no humidity, but later on in July and August, oh my God, you don't want to be here.
Oh man, I was in South Carolina, man, in the summertime in the mid 70s. I mean, man, it was red clay, 1,000% humidity. You know what I'm saying? And man, and I was begging for this desert, because humidity, man, is like you're drowning and sweating. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it says 56 degrees here right now.
Oh, okay. All right. So you
It's
guys are kind of,
81 here.
well, that's because Sister Shit, I think you're out there in the desert with that desert heat.
Yeah, I am.
And there was a song by James Brown called in the 1970s called "What's That Body Heat." So when it gets hot right here, I says, "What's that desert heat? Desert heat." You can pull it up on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And that there is when music was music instead of all these cuss 'em out tapes and all this old stupid ass nonsense, that you got out here.
Okay, look here. I'm getting tired, and I'm ready to go.
All right, Sister Akshita.
It has been a wonderful conversation. Had some good laughs and open heart moments, and so I enjoyed the conversation.
Okay,
Thank you
are
for
you going to
coming
be
on.
joining us for Grand Rising?
I have intentions to do so. Since I've been on this summer break after the move and everything, for some reason I have been so very lethargic, and so I'm not waking up as
Okay,
early as I used to. So I have intentions of being there, but if I'm
okay.
not there, please do not hold it against me.
No, I won't. I won't because Sister Akshita, they got me like on one, two, three, four, about five damn medications. Hell, I might not even make it. Yeah, 'cause this back pain is killing me. Something else. Yeah, but brother says he's good at calling me up in the morning, you know. So I'm damn sure gonna try to answer the bell, you know what I mean? And then also too, we are having ad slots on there. We're doing a great deal of research, you know, to monetize the platform, to start making a living off of it. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, in a few months, if anybody's out there in Los Angeles, the Taste of Soul Festival will be coming up over there in the Crenshaw district
Oh, when?
near Lamert Park. Yeah, so be sure to get over there and park early as possible. The most ratchet ass, murderous Los Angeles Police Department will be out in full force. And when they cite tickets on your car from the parking enforcement division, they got the tow truck riding along with them. So make sure you park legally because it ain't nothing worse than parking your ride and you coming out there and it ain't out there.
Or take the bus.
Yeah, part
Bruh.
don't yeah, or lift. Get a lift.
Yeah.
Sister, brother,
Do
listen
something
to
where
me when
you're
I
not
tell you this.
responsible.
Okay. Folks,
Well,
please listen to me when I tell
when is the festival?
Okay, it's either in late September or early October.
Okay.
And public transportation down there, the price of it is just downright ridiculous.
You know what also is going on in October? In Albuquerque, New Mexico, they have their hot air balloon festival.
Oh, is that right?
So they have hot air balloons of all different kinds of shapes and sizes, and they do the tethering. And then they probably let some loose. You know what I'm saying? Where they're all up in the sky. They, of course, you got to see hot air balloons all over the sky. And I think that's a beautiful. That's like their theme of Albuquerque. Like this is their
Okay, I've
annual
been through Albuquerque,
thing.
New Mexico.
So they do the hot air balloon festival, and I really, honestly, because it's not that far away from where we are, I was like, it would be nice to spend the weekend in Albuquerque. I met someone while I was driving Lyft that was from Albuquerque that mentioned that um, hot air balloon festival. Said if you're gonna go to
Okay,
Albuquerque, that's probably the best time to go because they have so much going on there, and everybody comes
okay,
out. Travel great distance to even just be there. So yeah, that's
okay,
another thing that's going on.
okay. And also too, Sister Akshita, when you do that lift, okay, keep a sidearm with you now, man, to
Okay,
protect
see,
yourself at all times.
look at here, Shabbat. I
What?
am protected. Okay. And the beautiful thing about what I have learned while Lyft driving is that the way society is set up right now,
Uh-huh.
it ain't too many people that's just out there just trying to harm people that are getting it the best way that they can. And then
Right.
not only that, they need the services that's being provided to them because they're trying to make a living, they're trying to get to where they're making a living to get to. So
Okay.
it ends up being a situation of mutual trust. I trust you to get into my vehicle, and you trust me to get you to your destination safely, and that
And the
I have
ride
Right.
is
tended.
prepaid for.
Well, if they
Okay.
pay for it, and it's, yeah, so then no money is handed. Now you do have some people who will give a tip, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? And so they can tip you on the app, and some people don't have, they'll tip you with cash. So,
Okay.
but it's not like, you go overflowing with cash tips and things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Because I used to do the DoorDash out here in Sin City.
Right. So
Yeah,
it's nice
and
to
DoorDash was a trip.
it. I enjoy picking people up and meeting people, and I have people. I swear, sometimes I be having people in the car, and they be doing a full on interview of me, and I be in interview mode like a mug, because I figured like this, you know, no one does any work to still not be known. So
Well, you got a point.
when you're known, and you're known for good things, when your face shows up and your name shows up, those people are gonna be like, I remember her. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like her. Or I don't like her. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
uh most people really do like me. And
Okay.
so I get a high rating. I'm a 5-star driver. If I ain't been out
Oh,
there in a
okay.
while, they'd be like, we heard you good at what you do. It won't be idle for too long. Hit the app and come to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, people,
Right.
and people may even be requesting me.
Oh, okay.
So, because they ask me all the time, are you out here 7 days a week? Do you do this full time? You know what I'm saying? And then I be getting up on like different locations where people are going back and forth to the airport, and get those are good
Okay.
rides. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Because if people trying to, they coming in or they going out, and they done relax from being at these. They got so many resorts around here. I pick up people at resorts. I be all up
Oh,
in the
okay.
mountains.
Okay.
I be going into communities where I got to put in a code to get in to the community, where I got to sign my name in to
Yeah, I had to do that
communities.
there
I'm
too
talking
for the
about
DoorDash out here.
million-dollar homes and
Yep,
communities.
same thing out here too.
I be
Yeah,
picking
yeah,
them
because
up.
yep,
So I be
because
having
out
some
here.
really good rides. So
Okay.
I don't feel danger. Now there's certain times where, um I have concern, maybe because I'm on a dark road and they got an underpass, and it's a bunch of homeless people that be in these underpass, and they see me sitting out there and want to try something. You know what I'm saying? But then I had this one situation where I was on the road like that, and the guy that I was there to pick up, and see, usually I pick up a lot of women, but it was a
Right.
man that I was picking up, and so of course I'm a little leery at the beginning of all those rides, but I got to this understanding: if we operate in fear, we'll allow fear to change our direction.
Right.
And that person that I met that night happened to be a music producer here in Tucson.
Okay.
And you know what I'm saying? So I've met DJs, I've met producers, I've met different people who do different things in different markets and industries in Tucson.
Right.
So, and then for those people who I have conversations with, or we vibe on the same kind of level, because I don't force my conversation on nobody. We can have a quiet ride all you want. And so sometimes I prefer that, and then sometimes I talk the whole time. It just depends. So I hand people my business card, and some
Okay.
people I've even played my music for. They listen
Okay.
to my music and they be like, yeah, I like that.
Okay.
So my thing is that we're all called to do certain things. And if we move in fear, we can sometimes allow fear to change our direction. And if fear changes our direction, we'll never get to the point of success where we can celebrate getting through that moment we couldn't see ourselves through.
And just to prove your point even further, Sister Akshita. Now out here, since I've been out here in Las Vegas, I got myself acquainted with two professional boxing referees. I'm not gonna say their name. Okay, and a couple of former world champions. And I'm not gonna say their name. So I see your reasoning on that. Yeah, but if you ever do it out here in Las Vegas, I tell you one thing, old sister, make sure you got you a map of this city because the people who you might be going to go pick will go probably gonna be tourists and don't know themselves away around here. And this city is constantly under construction. See, you know, and what have you. Okay, so other than that, Elia, Sister Akshita, I'm gonna bid you guys a good night. Cause with me being old now, I gotta take my nap and all that old bullshit. And please join us for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, 8 a.m. Pacific Time, 11 a.m. Eastern. The call-in number is 516-418-59996. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
Appreciate you, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all for having me on. All right.
Real
Night night from Sin City.
good night.
9-9 from Connecticut.
Yes, sir. All right. All right. Okay.
Shabaka be lit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, indeed. Indeed.
Okay.
It was a pleasure, Side Star. Always an honor to be with you. Hear your voice and your perception on the world. Some growth and understanding go a long way.
Right. A real long way. And we're on our way. So
Yes, ma'am.
thank you for another wonderful episode of A New Wave of Thinking. And maybe next time we'll get
Lazarus.
Lazarus
But
on.
next week I want to shoot for Dave, King David
Okay, yeah. All
with,
right.
with the letter. Yeah, we have
Okay.
our own language called
Ameribic.
Amarabic. Why couldn't I say that? Amarabic. Exactly.
Yep. I like what he's doing. And it'd be interested to hear him break down um the usage of it and his openness to teach it. You know what I'm saying? I think it's important that all well, it ain't. I don't think that's not because I think it's important, but in order to even be considered a nation, we must have our own language and
Oh
our
yeah.
own writing forms. And
And he
so,
brought back the hieroglyphs.
right. So it's hieroglyphic communication. Uh, and now those figures would have to be done digitally. It's like a because I mean I'm not gonna draw that detailed. I
For the figures, for the hieroglyphs. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
So it's a digital language that it. I don't know if it can possibly be transcribed, but
It could by somebody who has the time, but
right.
those the letters, I have my calligraphy pens for those letters.
Okay, okay. So yeah. So it'd be nice to hear from him because we were chatting in the
In the group.
group about it, and I had to jump off. So the conversation continued further after I was no longer involved in the conversation. But I saw his willingness to take feedback and consider different usage of it to make it more like right. Not that he's wrong, but what I'm saying
Right.
is that you know what I'm saying. Certain things. So I want him to talk about it, and go into detail about it. But yeah, for sure, that's going to be interesting uh,
Yes, ma'am.
to document that information. But it has been a good night, a good conversation. We've been all over the place with it. I don't even know how to wrap it up. But arrow navigation, it was the title, or the direction of the arrow, or the arrow's direction.
Yes. And where
And
we're going as a people and things we need to take in consideration as we're going.
right, and starting with self,
Always.
always starting with self. And so, as long as we have our uh, personal navigation system, you can expect that it would be easy for others to hear you and to be willing to follow you. And so that goes back to what I was saying about the sistars earlier. They're watching, but they're not gonna drop their comfort, or they're not gonna drop what they have become familiar with, or how they're operating to keep their family, so can't keep their families afloat. They're not gonna drop everything until we give them a reason. If you build it, they will come.
Yes, ma'am.
So we just got to keep on doing what we're doing, and documenting and recording the progression on the way up as we elevate. So
Yes, ma'am.
arrow, the direction of the arrow is going up,
Yes, ma'am. Up and out.
out, up and out. That's right. Up and
Yes,
out,
ma'am.
outside of the shell.
Into the
So
ethers.
into the ethers. That's right. So we going out with the music. Let's get there. Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign. We are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me. We become we. And we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now. Wave of thinking. So come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking.
That's fire. That's fire. I love the rhythm. And the apple tree. Don't pick from my apple tree. Ooh-wee.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
I know you have fun making that music because your lyrics are off the wall, man. Your lyrics are dope.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yes,
I be
ma'am.
thinking I sound crazy sometimes, but I ain't crazy.
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, it has been another wonderful night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sis. It's an honor. It's an honor, and this is a great thing we're doing.
Likewise. Yes, absolutely. Alrighty, so thank you for tuning in for those who come during the show and after in the
After.
replay. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And let's keep moving forward. We're in motion.
Yes, ma'am. Islam, Islam, Islamism.
Islam and high heaven. We out of
High
here.
heaven. Peace and love, sister.